All right, good morning, racers and crews. That's right, Pro is stage and lanes are open, 5 and 6 are open. Pro, let's go. Ambulance is here, ready to go. Track's been prepped. Looks like a beautiful day racing here. Once again, 106.9 on the FM dial. That way you get your call to staging. 106.9 on the FM dial. And once again, everyone traveling here, thank you guys for travels this weekend. Pretty good car count. Quick note here. Yes, we were talking about grandstands yesterday. Anita Henry, well, she's not doing it, but she is kind of. But anyways, check your emails, racers and crews around this area. We've got a feature race coming up here in less than a month. So we definitely want to get this facility up and running here and looking a little bit better. We've got new grandstands. We just want to finish them off. So once again, check your emails. Anita's going to be sending some stuff out. We need weed control. She said if anybody, we should get some goats here, I think. I don't know. Get rid of all the weeds underneath the stands. Bring in a herd of goats. What do you think? I know. I'm just speaking of the cuff. All right, so Pro. Stage and lanes are open, 5 and 6. Let's go. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6. We're open. Let's go. So once again, quick rule here, guys. If you're having some troubles with your cars, pull over to the guardrail side of your lane. Please stop in case you are leaking. It just makes cleanup a lot quicker. I guess Friday's street legal wasn't a great day here. Bad day at the office. I believe we lost some antifreeze as well as a transmission. So it does happen. It is drag racing. Even though it's street legal, things will break. So once again, check your overflows. As well, left-hand lane does have right-of-way, turning off the lane. Wait for the left-hand lane to turn, then take your time and leave the lane. There is 2 turnoffs there, so if you missed the first one, just keep going. But a lot of the cars should hit the first turnoff road. And as well, down the return road, just take your time. We know it gets a little hot out there. But we do have a lot of people, and as you come down to the end of the return road, there's a lot of people gathering, so we don't want to hurt anybody. Just take your time. Got a little bit of a wind watching the flag flutter at the starting line. Well, we got the point standings, so we're going to announce those as we're kind of getting into our elimination rounds. But a couple of new names at the top. That's kind of good. Always nice to see a new name on top of the podium. All right, got to grab something yet. Hector's Grub Hub is open. Grab something to eat. Get ready to go. Still got a few more cars going through tech here. Looks like Linda Sabiston is back. Good morning. And if you found tickets in your pocket wondering about the 50-50, it did get claimed. Yes, it was Mr. Jemya Remco. That's right. Winning it yesterday. So congratulations, it has been claimed. And once again, thank you for everyone helping us out with that. Lots of improvements here at the track. We mentioned yesterday, we lost a racer last week. His name was Sparky. That's right, Ian Jantz out of Lanigan. He ran the High Voltage Maverick for a number of years at SIR here. And him and his wife, Elaine, came. She watched from the stands. He was a great racer, great sportsman. And I believe the car is coming back. Frank Bohozoff said yes. He's talked to some people, and someone's going to get it running and get it back here to SIR. So our condolences to the Jans family out of Lanigan. Ian Sparky, yes, he raced out here for a number of years. And you definitely know him as a great sportsman and a great racer. Well, a couple congratulations. I got to thank Jansen Atten and Tyson Daranoski earlier this year. They put the first annual quarter mile drag and drive. That's right, the home drag and drive. And for a first annual, we started, I think, just over 60 cars. So for a first one, started out great, and we're just going to build on that. Word is we're going to do it again next year. So we definitely got to thank those guys, as well as Amy Schwab and Kaylee Daranoski. That's right. They also helped with the Heads Up Havoc race as well. Kaylee and Amy as well. Ed DeJarle doing a great job announcing that race. And Amanda Russ, the Flamin, that's right. And Cody Russo. But Russ says you better mention Amanda. She did a lot of prep for that race, and we always will. That's right. They're a racing family. The Flamin family out of Regina. All right, stage lane's just about full here. Once again, let's go. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6. Let's fill those staging lanes. First time trial. While we're talking about the Flamin family, we've got to give Russ Flamin, the flying Flamin out of Regina. Wow, he finally reached his targets here yesterday. His first pass, 200 miles per hour, 694. Second pass, well, a little bit of a flutter, so we're not going to mention that one. But the third pass, 203 miles an hour, 692. And the final pass of the day, a mile per hour, went down to 171. But I'll tell you, he still broke the 7-second mark at a 6:99. So congratulations, Russ Flamin. What an achievement on that car. And man, he only got that a couple years ago. He got her running, so what a feat. Russ Flamin out of Regina. All right, first time trial of the day. We got Floyd Scrivener up with Frank Bozoff, both members of the Smoking Guns Racing Team. And Scribner reached the top end first, 9:93. Bohozoff's time, 11:98. All right, Rob Phillips traveling from Lloydminster, Alberta with a few of the other guys. That's right. With Mr. Howlett, that's right. So Rob Phillips running the Pontiac Acadian, get the time slip with Perry Duncan out of Regina. And Rob Phillips got through the top end first at 9:90, 12:03. The time for Perry Duncan. All right, our next pair, both out of Regina. Dave Kerr running that beautiful 62 Fury. Getting the times up at the new rider, Jake Fiesel, 87 Camaro. Watch the starting line. Jake likes to pull the front wheels. Well, Dave got the red eye there on that one with the Fury. It's an 043 reaction time for Jake Fiesel. Jake gets through at 10:38, 12:29, the number for Dave Kerr. Pro, staging lanes are open. Pro, staging lanes are open. All right, our next pair from Southern Saskatchewan, Balgony, that is Andrew L. with the 70D100. And that truck was pulling the front wheels yesterday. Let's see what he does here today. He's getting the time slip for Dale Weiss, the true Olds guy. That's right, running an Oldsmobile engine in that 7442 Oldsmobile. And good to see Dale back. Well, Andrew L. got through extra time in 014. It's a red eye for Dale Weiss. L through to 973 with the truck. 1035 for the Oldsmobile with the red eye. On the line first, Jared McIntosh out of Outlook, running the 66 Chevelle. Getting the time slip with Kim Gallagher out of Saskatoon. Outcast Racing, we know this young lady. Clean start at the line. McIntosh through 967, 1109 for Kim Gallagher. All right, great to see this young lady behind the wheel once again. Amy Schwab driving the S10. That's right, RWH Motorsports S10. Richie Harder on the starting line, watching Amy leave. Getting the time slip with Brandon Bennett. Good job for him yesterday. Boy, oh boy, 84 Mustang at a White City. Well, Brandon, almost a perfect light. Red eye 0022. Wow. 025 for Amy Schwab. Amy Schwab through it at 1020. 913 for Brandon Bennett with the red eye. Final call for Pro. Final call for Pro. All right, Brian Hicks out of Regina running the 69 Chevelle. Brian has run for a number of years, as well as this Mark Bennett guy. Mopar out of Emerald Park. Well, Bennett got through X time in 056 to a 114. He'll cross the line first with a 925. The Chevelle's time, 1111. Our next pair out of the burnout box, Walter Finette's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan, 2008 Corvette. Getting the time slip with White City's Perry Fletcher. Reaction time goes to Fletcher, 014 to 061, and Fletcher crossed the line first. 10:23 for this time, 10:89. First call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro 5 and 6. All right, looks like Barry Pollard with a single pass here, running the 76 Roadrunner out of Regina. Good to see Barry up this weekend. All right, running the same run order we did yesterday. That's right. Testers are going to be after Super Pro. Super Pro, right now you're called to staging. Testers will be followed. Then Sportsman, Junior Street, Street Legal, then Junior Dragster. Licensing. Sean's already addressed the Junior Dragster or Junior Street Legal. But anyone licensing, come up whenever you're ready if you're licensing. So once again, Super Pro 5 and 6. Super Pro, let's go 5 and 6. All right, we've got Heather Bennett out of White City running the Mustang. Now, I think it's Dwight Grzybowski. That's what's written on the card here. Rashina was here yesterday. Heather Bennett got 3X time, 045, 061. Mid-track, it is Stolen Dignity pulling it away, 1044 for the Duster, 1101 for the Mustang. Well, geez, that guy looks familiar. Papa Jackson, good to see you, bud. All right, we got some more Junior Dragster, or Junior Street Legal. There we go. Good to see you, bud. All right, our next pair out of Regina, Mike Kilbride Jr., Camden Fiesel. Camden running the Nova, going through a few rounds yesterday, same as Mr. Mike Kilbride. This round, Fiesel will reach the top end first at 10:38. 11:19 for Mike Kilbride. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box, Mike Alexander out of Regina. What's the starting line? This 64 Belvedere loves to pull the front wheels. Mike getting the timing slip with Tyson Daranoski. I'd like to say a big thank you to RWH Laser, Triumph Construction, and Bridges Health, and of course his supportive wife, Kaylee, absolutely. Well, Tyson got the red eye on that one. Good reaction time for Alexander, no 2-8. Side by side, but Alexander pulling away. Mike Alexander through to 1014, 1096, the number on the truck. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. All right, Grandpa on the line. That's right, the red Fairlane. Of course, that's Harold Penner out of Martinsville. He's been drag racing here for a number of decades. I seen Marie's here as well. So Harold getting the time slip with Mr. Martin Marchuk out of Regina. That's right, Martin and Laureen Marchuk. ABS Competition and Fitted Auto Repair, his sponsors. Oh boy, Harold misses the perfect light by 7/1000th of a second. He'll still get the time slip at the quarter mile, but almost a perfect light on that run. 10:19. Martin Marchuk through to 10:82. 1:12 reaction time. Well, Mopar with Mopar. We're going to say that a lot this day for sure. Anita Henry on the line. Once again, thank you, Anita. And once again, a reminder, all the racers and crews out there, we've got a feature race. We need to get the facility up to where we want it at. We got some new grandstands that need finishing. Check your emails. We're going to get that fixed up here in the next few weeks. Weed whacking, we need a lot of stuff done out here. So Anita Henry again, the time limit. Ken Daly out of Regina. Well, Ken with the red eye on this run. Still will get the time stop for the quarter mile. Well, Daly with the red eye through 10:18, 10:76 for Anita Henry, 030 reaction time. All right, the Mullet Man Mafia doing some runs yesterday. Well, that was actually Mr. Bentley there on that one. Mason Boschman behind the wheel today on the 82 Pontiac Trans Am. Mason progressing from the junior dragster class out here at SIR, getting the time slip with Glenn Henry. Plum crazy. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. Well, Glenn Henry almost a perfect light, 003 red eye. How about this? Mason Boschman, 001. Good light. Trans Am through 10:19, 10:54 for the Barracuda. All right, our next pair, he added some stripes in the back of that 68 Charger. Watch him lead the line. Boy, oh boy, Ryan Appleby out of Regina getting the time slip with Johnson Atten out of Outlook with the Camaro. First call for testers, 1 and 2. First call for testers, 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. And there's Appleby pulling the front wheels. No 2-1 reaction time. Red eye for Johnson Atten. Mid-track, Appleby pulling away. Top end. 982, 1059, the number for Johnson Atten. All right, the bad influence out of the burnout box first. That's Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon, Lindell Concrete Supply. We got to thank those guys as well. Mike Prokopiew for doing the pads out there at SIR. Thank you guys. Ryan Doherty getting the time slip with Randy Stowe out of Medicine Hat. Thank you, Randy, for making the tow. Good morning, Don. Well, red eyes on both of them. Randy Stowe, 035 red eye, 026 red eye for Doherty. Doherty at the top end through the quarter mile, 10:09, Stowe through 11:66. Testers 1 and 2, second call, testers 1 and 2. And final call for Super Pro. Once again, anybody licensing other than the street legal juniors, you can talk with Sean on that, but anyone else licensing, you guys come up anytime. I think we had Brad Prokopiew licensing yesterday. All right, Bob Diesel out of Pasqua Lake, running the Dragster. And that's Jake Diesel on the starting line, watching Bob lead the line, getting the time slip of Kim Bernard. That's right, Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Green started the line. Fiesel 018032 for Kim Bernard. And it'll be the Dragster. That's right, Bob Fiesel through at 886, 913 the number for Kim Bernard. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Third call for Testers, 1 and 2. And yesterday's winner, Travis McBain, backing up the Dragster. And Travis getting the time slip with Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park. All right, top end, Travis McBain through a 780, 935, the number for Jack Appleby. All right, Barney's back. That's right, Jason Howdell of Lloydminster, Alberta. We know Barney. Getting the time slip of Taryn McBain. That's right, she's driving the Sunbeam this year. Perfect light for Barney, 0002, 020 for Taryn McBain. Taryn McBain gets to the quarter mile first, the 974. Perfect light for Jason Howdell, 1032. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Let's go. All right, Barry Stetler, the BBJ 5-star 67 Camaro, getting the time slip with the Dragster. That's right, Richard Jones Copa got a Saskatoon. Richard behind the wheel. All right, Stetler through at 967, 035 Racks time. Richard Skopek, 007. Boy, oh boy, he's on his game in 813 through the quarter mile. And happy 30th birthday to Taylor Fiesel. That's right out of Regina with the Dragster. Taylor going through in a couple rounds yesterday. Again, the time's up today with Chris Kergaster out of Dundurn. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. First call Sportsman 5 and 6. Final call for testers. Final call for testers. Well, Chris Kirkessler gets to the top end first, 961. As Taylor Fiesel, 804 with the red eye. Almost a perfect light. That would have been a nice birthday present. 002 red eye for Taylor, almost a perfect light. All right, Fred Schwab out of Dundurn running the 75 Hornet. Getting the time slip. Oh boy, Richie Harder. We got the in-laws getting time slips here. They're not racing. That's good, right? Teresa's got her hands full. Boy, oh boy, Richie Harder's on his game on this one. An 006 reaction time. 026 for Fred Schwab. Rich Hard through 767, 1061 the time for Fred Schwab. All right, looks like a single pass. Almost a perfect light. She's on the negative side. 0006. Arlene Harder, 932, 143 miles an hour. All right, great to see the blowing 67 Falcon back. Mark Dick out of Osler. Getting the time slip with Rick the Geese. Rick the Geese, I'll tell you, the car's still for sale. I don't know how, but either way, a beautiful race car if anyone's looking. Good way to get into Super Pro. And Rick DeGeese reaches the top end first, 890 with an 033 reaction time. Mark Dick, a 902 with a 183 reaction time. All right, Scott, your rip got to the Murdoch box out of Saskatoon. Getting the time slip with the Bantam altered out of Pasco Lake. Of course, we know Jamie Fiesel. This guy has been drag racing here at SIR for a number of decades. Hey, Corey, how you doing? Reaction time this round. Scott Urepko, 0102 and 031. And top Ben. It is Urepko, 824, 857, the number for Jamie Fiesel. Good morning, Corey. I don't think that speaker's on. Dale, can you hear me? Okay, keep going straight because I think the last speaker's not on. So if you don't mind, I know the dog's got to do his duty as well, right? That one's working? Okay, I think that one might not be on because I'm talking to Corey. He didn't say good morning. Is it on? Okay, you know what? It's on. Corey's just doesn't have his third coffee cup yet, right? Oh, no? There is nothing there. Okay, so we're getting it from that speaker. Okay, I'll let the guys know. Yeah, I know, I'm deaf too. Cars, guitars, baby. All right, Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman 5 and 6. Testers, you guys 1 and 2. Backing up on the starting line, Rick Brown going through the rounds yesterday. I'd like to thank his granddaughter, Sarah Brown, helping him out with the crew today. That's right, Cheryl and Rick out of Indian Head. And boy, oh boy, Rick's come a long way with this car. It is straight as an arrow. Rick in the time slip with, hey, smiling Leroy Schmitz here, the 86 Regal. Got to thank Leroy for helping us out with Street Legal. Well, Leroy pulling the wheels, unfortunately a red eye. And I'll tell you, Rick Brown on his game in 012 reaction time, top end, bet through. How about a 767, 178 miles an hour? Leroy's time with the red eye, 927, 144 miles an hour. All right, happy first anniversary. That's right, Mike and Misty Armstrong out of Pelly, Saskatchewan. Thank you guys for making the tow. Mike's back with a new motor. And should I say it? I think it's a Chevy. Chevy in a Ford Mustang. Getting the time slip. Hey, Ed Desjardins, the mouth from the south. Did a great job with Heads Up Havoc the other weekend. Good announcer. Well, red eye for Mike Armstrong, not by much though, 007 red eye. How about an 007 good for Desjardins? 878 for Mike Armstrong, 155 miles an hour. 1048 for Ed Desjardins, 128 miles an hour. So, Linda, they just let anyone in here? Or you just kind of grabbed them and said, you're coming with us today or what? I like Family Feuds. This is going to be fun. Good to see you guys. Yeah, the kids will think we're crazy, but that's all right. We all hear voices in our heads, right? All right, so sportsmen, you guys should be ready to go. Testers, we're on right now. All right, looks like we are licensing here. Junior Street legal. That's right. Probably the best way you can say it is economics. And drag racing don't normally go hand in hand. And in this case, you know what? You drive the family ride. Got to be 13 years and older. Yes, there's lots of paperwork, but once the paperwork's done, you can come out as a family and have some fun racing. So this is a licensing pass. So if you're interested, that's right, Junior Street legal, you got to be 13 years and older. You've got to have a guardian or someone with the vehicle, right? So basically, the guardian is going to get you into the stage and lanes. Then you swap drivers when you go to the starting line. You get to do a half pass. In this case, the truck goes through it at 1091, 62 miles an hour. You're doing a mid-track pass. And you get to drive all the way back on the return road. And then you switch drivers when you pick up your time slips. So once again, if you ever want to get into family racing here, this is probably the best economical way of doing it. And you can have a lot of fun. What the heck, right? All right, Kelly Neufeld out of Saskatoon with the Cadillac. And I'll tell you, these Cadillacs, you change a couple chips on them, boy, oh boy, ain't your daddy's Cadillac. Kelly getting the time slip. Hey, Barbara Stedner getting stronger with every run. That's right, the 82 Camaro out of Regina. Keep her going. Well, Kelly Neufeld got the reaction time at 3:33.041. Oh, Barbara Stedner got the reaction time. Mike, you got to read the numbers right? Barbara Stedner got that right. 041, 13:49 through the quarter mile. 11:00 for Kelly Neufeld with the Cadillac. Well, I had a chance to say good morning to Dawson, and I'll tell you, I love this 72 Monte Carlo. I guess it went to Manitoba. And I'll tell you, you got to sell one ride to go to another one, but this Camaro, I love it. He's out of Prince Albert doing some testing here, and he still figures he can squeeze a little bit more out of it. So Dawson says he's out of Prince Albert. Yeah, once again, nice straight pass. Dawson, an 098 reaction time. 826, 164 miles an hour. Nice Camaro. All right, we're going to do another licensing pass, so that way we can get our street legal racer into today's program, right? They got to make a number of passes. Sean, I believe, is driving with them right now with the racer to make sure, hey, they can control it, right? We're not just going to throw anyone out there. They threw me out there. That'd be bad. I'm blind in one eye, can't see out of the other. I don't think that's a good idea, is it? All right, second licensing pass, 5:27 reaction time through the 8th mile, through to 10:37. All right, Jared Smith. Hey, I know that name. Jared out of Saskatoon running the Affinity. Getting the time slip. Emmett Weeks. Emmett going through the rounds yesterday. Unfortunately, starting with a red eye here for a time trial. But hey, Emmett knows what to do. Still going to get the time slip for the quarter mile. Jared Smith, an 0.45 reaction time. Infinity through 12:77. The Dodge truck 14:38. First call for Junior Street. That's right, the co-pilot class. Junior Street, first call, staging lanes. All right, our next pair, Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatoon running the 2010 Charger. Took his girlfriend for a ride yesterday. That always helps, right? Garrett getting the time slip of Darren Simcoe. That's right, Orange Nova Reed Automotive. I'd like to thank the Muffet Mafia for helping him out. Well, Garrett got a red eye on this round, but hey, 0.18 reaction time. Red eye, 1, 2, 3 for Darren Simcoe. And Simcoe will cross the line first. Orange Nova through, 12:36, 13:20 for Garrett Gerwing. All right, Chantel Hendry going through the rounds yesterday. OK Tire sponsored Plymouth Duster. Getting the time slip with Chris Langdon, and Chris going through the rounds yesterday as well. He's got the Duster out of Regina here this weekend. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Chantel Hendry got the reaction time on this round, 0.50 to an 0.48. Top end, Langdon got there first, 11:79, 12:75 for Chantel Hendry. Junior Street Legal, Junior Street Legal. We need you into the staging lanes, Junior Street Legal. That is the co-pilot class. All right, the next pair, it is Matt Henry out of Dundurn, the D150, Henry's Motorsports. Getting the time slip of Jay Steele out of Saskatoon, 87 Blazer. First call, Street Legal, 5 and 6. Street Legal, 5 and 6. Well, Matt Henry got the reaction time in 0.23, but Jay Steele mid-track pulling away with the Blazer. He'll cross the quarter mile first at 13:80. Matt Henry's time for, 18:46, 72 miles an hour. All right, co-pilot Joe, Junior Street Legal, 3 and 4. Street Legal, 5 and 6. First call, Junior Dragster, 1 and 2. Junior Dragster, 1 and 2. All right, Chad Novak making the toast from Kenora. Running convertible Mustang. Well, double red eyes. Evan Stephenson with the red eye as well. Both cars will still get the quarter-mile slip. And top end, Evan Stephenson through 12:22, 14:72 for the Mustang convertible. Well, I was going to say good morning to Terry, but he wasn't around his trailer. Didn't see him moving, so I got to say thank you. Making the tow all the way from Frobisher, Saskatchewan. That's the Estevan area. Always a pleasure watching the 77 Gremlin. Making the rounds here at SIR, Terry Willard getting the time slip with Amanda Jasic Flamin out of Regina. Well, reaction time is 068, 060. But Amanda Jasic Flamin mid-track pulling away. We'll cross the quarter mile first, 11:77. Our friend with the Gremlin through in a 13:10. So once again, Street Legal 5 and 6, Street Legal 5 and 6, Junior Dragster 1 and 2, Junior Dragster 1 and 2. All right, Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon running the D200 Dodge truck. Eric having a good year this so far. Hey, we still got lots of season to go, right? Lots of fun left, right? Eric Humphreys getting the time slip. And you see the grin coming out of his helmet. That's right, going through the gears. Chad Penner out of Martinsville. Well, both vehicles, 064, 062, reaction times pretty close. Looks like Chad Penner going through the gears will cross the line first, 11:64 through the quarter mile. 12:98 the number on the truck. Street Legal 5 and 6, Street Legal 5 and 6. Second call, Junior Dragster 1 and 2, Junior Dragster 1 and 2. All right, another licensing pass. And reaction time is 6:15 down the 8th mile through at a 10:39, 68 miles an hour. All right, Nikita Blanchard got her license earlier this year. She's back with Linda Saskatoon getting down the track with Sullivan Groff. And it's not Shane, it's Megan having fun with him today. So, yeah, she didn't want to be mentioned, right? Good luck, right, with the big mouth. All right, down the 8th mile. Nikita, 5:23 reaction time, 4:09 reaction time for Sully. And Sullivan got there first at 9:39, 76 miles an hour, 9:89 for Nikita at 70 miles an hour. Street Legal 5 and 6. Final call for Street Legal 5 and 6. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. Third call, Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. All right, we're going to circle track on this one. That's right, we're going to get the licensing going a little bit quicker. Get another pass down again. It looks like it's Caden Farr. There we go. All right, Caden on the accelerator. Hey, 178 reaction time. And Caden down the 8th mile. Gets through to 10:37, 68 miles an hour. All the way from Temba, oh, I had it, Tembagapura, Indonesia. No, she's originally from Saskatchewan. Sarah Stinson going down the track. And the word is Corey's en route in about 3 weeks. Sarah got, oh, look at that. That's perfect, perfect light for Walter Fournette. He's got bragging rights. Oh. Incredible. 1088 through the quarter mile with the perfect light. Sarah Stinson, 246 reaction time, got through with the Challenger, 14:04.99. But Fruit Loops has got bragging rights. The perfect light. 0. I think we had one guy out of Manitoba. He ran that Volvo. He had a 0001 perfect light. But 4 zeros, I'll tell you, a zip trip, that is incredible. All right, Braden Bentley having a great day yesterday. He progressed out of the junior dragster class a number of years ago. That's right, part of the Mullet Mafia out of Warman. Getting the time slip with Austin Stinson out of Saskatoon running the Jeep. Well, it looks like Braden Bentley will get to the quarter mile first with the Trans Am. Gets through at a 15:19. Austin with the Jeep, a 16:21. Well, we're almost completed the first round of time trials here. Well, look at that. The battle of Dodge Ram trucks. Emmett Weeks, 84 D150 to a 92 D150. Matt Hendry out of Dundurn. Emmett Weeks, second generation Hendry. There we go. I did mention Mopar with Mopar, didn't I? Well, Matt Hendry got the X time 078 to 157. But Emmett Weeks will reach the top end first through the quarter mile. Gets through to 14:35. Matt Hendry's time 18:32. Are we learning anything yet, Ben? All right, watch Emmett. He can drag race. Well, red eye for Evan Stephenson, Chad Novak, both double red lights. Bit of a hiccup on the starting line for Evan. So Chad Novak with the red eye gets through to 14:88. Evan Stephenson with the red eye, we're not going to mention it. We know the car goes quicker than that. He'll get it the next round. All right, Tony Arith running the Dodge. 350. Oh boy, big truck. Big truck. And it's going to leave a carbon footprint here. It is a diesel truck. Can't wait to see the exhaust coming out of that. All right, just learning the tree. We're going to have some time here, right? We're going to teach them properly. All right, we're going to try this again. We're going to get it staged. And pre-stage is lit. The stage bulb is lit. Now Sherry says we're going to hit the switch. All right, take it easy. First pass. We don't want to hit the wall. Make sure you got traction. I think he's off the groove here. Holy smokes, that diesel. Hey, first pass, you're going to get it figured out, right? Take it easy on him. Okay, he's got the first run down. We're not going to mention the time because we know he's going to go quicker than that right down the track, right? He's just got to get familiar, and that's not a bad thing. Learn the track first, right? But good job. First pass of the day for Tony Irith. And then we're going to get into licensing here after the junior dragsters. All right, just prepping the track here. We're going to run our junior dragsters here. Got to open up the gate at the top end. Got to make sure all the racers are cleared. All right, first call for pro, second time trial, 5 and 6. Pro, first call, second time trial, pro. Let's go, 5 and 6. All right, Tony, you got one down on your belt. Come back for another round, right? Good job, bud. All right, Victoria Desjardins going to make her first time trials pass down the 8th mile here. That's right. Papa going to help out Ed Desjardins. Have to shake this young racer's hand this morning. She has really progressed since she started. She's licensed. She's got that car going faster. It's getting stronger with every run, and I'll tell you, going to be a very good drag racer. So keep going, Victoria. You're doing a good job. Well, with the 119 reactor time, Victoria Desjardins through the 8th mile. 14:54, 42 miles an hour. All right, top end is clear. We've got brother and sister up. That's right, the Jacek Flamin family. It is Thomas in the VP Fuel lane, sister Leia in the Tiger Automotive lane. And of course, that's Russ and Amanda helping them out on the starting line. Pro, 5 and 6 are open. Pro, let's go. Second time trial. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6 are open. Well, top of the 8th. Leia across the line first, 1196, 1278 for Thomas. And we're going to fix up the track one more time here, spruce it up. So, Pro, let's go. We need you in staging. Pro, let's go. And that concludes our first time trial of race day here today. You might want to ask why we're doing time trials. What it does, it helps with qualifying. Sometimes you get lane choice. Sometimes you get the by run. It means whoever read the Christmas tree the best at the starting line gets the advantage later. So that's what qualifying's all about. As well, you're getting elapsed times there for your vehicle going down either the 8th mile or quarter mile. That is called bracket racing. You can't run faster than your elapsed time. And you got to beat your competitors, so it kind of gets a little complicated, but as we get into competition, we'll explain how it works, right? All right, while we're prepping the track, a good time to make it down to Hector's Grub Hub. Grab something to eat, grab something to drink. They looked after us really good yesterday. It was an ice cream kind of day. Then it kind of got windy, kind of weird Saskatchewan weather again, but I think looking at the skies, we're going to get this one in the books today. So we do hope everyone has a good day of racing, safe day of racing, right? As well, safe travels home. So once again, say hi to the Ends family. Hey, you've got a family function, you need catering, doesn't hurt to ask these guys. They're set up in Warman, Martinsville, as well as Saskatoon. So talk to the Ends family, Hector's Grub Hub. All right, back around for second round of time qualifying here. All right, second time trial here. Tyson Darrenowski out of Castle Rio with the S10. Get the time slip with the Cam Buster. Smoking Gun Same Racing member Frank Bahozov out of Yorkton. I don't think Barb's up yet. I don't see her. Couple great reaction times. 067, 080 top end. It is Darrenowski through the quarter mile. 10:94, 122 miles an hour. Frank Bahozov time, 12:01, 112 miles an hour. All right, Rob Phillips, Lloydminster, Alberta, Pontiac 63 Acadian, getting the time slip with Jared McIntosh out of Outlook. Well, red eye for Rob Phillips, Jared McIntosh, 086 reaction time. Chevelle through to 970, 988, the number for Rob Phillips. All right, Amy Schwab behind the wheel. That's right, the RWH S10 truck. Get the time slip with Pink Panther. That's Floyd Scribner out of Saskatoon. Karika Downhole Services is a sponsor. And let's see what it does here today. He pulled the front wheels pretty high yesterday. Floyd Scribner did it again. But it looks like Amy Schwab, a bit of a hiccup on the starting line. Double red lights, but either way, Floyd Scribner will get the quarter mile slip of 985, 133 miles an hour. Amy Schwab's just gonna get down the track. Perry Fletcher, 1025 through the quarter mile. Camden Fiesel, 1038. Mike Alexander on Regina, getting the time slip to Dwight Grzybowski. Reaction time goes to Mike Alexander, 022 to 030, top end. The Belvedere will cross the line first. 10:11, 10:46 the time for Grzybowski. Heather Bennett got the reaction time at 048, crossing the quarter mile first, 11:08, 12:05 for Perry Duncan. All right, our next pair out of Regina, Jake Fiesel with the new Camaro ride. Get the time slip with Martin Marchek. Yes, we know that Mustang. First call for Super Pro, 5 and 6. Well, unfortunately, it looks like Jake Fiesel just going to muscle her down the track. It's Martin Marchuk through the top end first to 10:30, 130 miles an hour. All right, next pair of races out of Regina. Brian Hicks with the 69 Chevelle. Getting the time slip with the Mopar 76 Roadrunner. That's Barry Pollard. Pollard got the Rex time 061, 083, but top end, it is Brian Hicks through 1116, 1167 for Barry Pollard. All right, Braden Haru, Andrew L, 060 for Haru, 070 for L. Top end, Andrew L through 974, 941 for Braden Haru. Dale Weiss out of Regina with Anita Henry out of Dundurn. Unfortunately, Dale Weiss with the red eye. 039, Anita Henry back on her game. Anita Henry with an 039 Rex time 1075. Red light for Dale Weiss, got through to 1040. Super Pro, 5 and 6, let's go. Super Pro, let's go. All right, Randy Stowe at a Medicine Hat. Getting the time limit, Kim Gallagher. Well, Randy with the red eye still get the quarter mile slip. Kim Gallagher, 101 reaction time, side by side. And she'll cross first, 11:10, 11:73 for Randy Stowe. All right, Plum Crazy on the line. He's in the VP Fuel lane. Glenn Henry getting the time slip with the Mullet Mafia. Mason Boschman. And red eye for Mason. 013 reaction time. Glenn Henry on his game. And through the quarter mile, Henry through 10:53, 10:16. Mason Boschman. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Both racers out of Regina. Ken Daly with the white dart. Ryan Appleby, of course, the black Charger with the stripes. What's the starting line? Reaction time went to Daly in 044 to 104 top end. It is Appleby there first, 976 to a 1020. Super Pro, let's go. Final call, Super Pro. Our next pair, Southern Saskatchewan, White City, just out of Regina. Brandon Bennett with the Mustang getting the time slip. Mike Kilbride Jr. out of Regina, 1970 Blue Dart. Red eye for Brandon Bennett. Oh boy, Mike Kilbride, 0055 reaction time. Kilbride through 11:22. Red eye for Brandon Bennett, got through to 9:15. Testers 1 and 2. The first call, testers to 1 and 2. All right, Jonathan Atten with the Camaro from Outlook in the BP fuel lane. Get the time slip. Mark Bennett, 71 Duster out of Emerald Park in the Tiger Automotive lane. Well, Bennett got the reaction time in 013 to 027. Bennett through 928, 1059, the number on the Camaro. Second call for testers 1 and 2. Second call, testers 1 and 2. All right, looks like a single pass for the Bad Influence Challenger. Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon. Nice block for the Challenger. 050 reaction time. Doherty through it at 10:10, 132 miles an hour. All right, Eddie Denarley out of Pilot Butte. Get the time slip for Kim Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Both cars reaction time 030, 035. And it's Kim Bernard at the top end first. Camaro through 910, 1050 for the Malibu. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. All right, door slammer with Dragster. We got the BBJ 5-star Camaro out of Regina, Barry Stetner in the Tiger Automotive lane. Get the time slip. Richard and Joan Skopic out of Saskatoon. Richard behind the wheel in the BP Fuel lane. Well, red eye for Stetner. Skopic an 0-1-0 reaction time. 8 through 8:19, 164 miles an hour. Stetner with the red eye, 969, 139 miles an hour. And happy birthday, Taylor, out of the burnout box. He is in the VP Fuel lane with the Dragster. Taylor getting the time slip with Arlene Harder. She's out of Saskatoon. Fiesel out of Regina with the Dragster. Well, Taylor, 0:05 reaction time. You're on your game, bud, with the Dragster. Through it at 8:08. 0:52, Arlene Harder through at 9:33, 42 miles an hour. All right, Travis McBain backing up on the starting line. Travis out of Saskatoon running the Dragster this year. Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Getting time slip with Jack Appleby, first generation Appleby out of Emerald Park Racing. That's right. Ryan, his son, with the Charger here. Jack with the 72 Dart. Appleby got the reaction time in 0:27 to an 0:34, but McBain with the Dragster. How about 170 miles an hour? 783 through the quarter mile, 931 for Appleby, 142 miles an hour. And Jamie Fiesel backing up on the starting line. Well, looks like it'll be a single pass. Rick DeGeese out of Saskatoon out of the burnout box. Looks like Jamie having some issues here with some leakage. We're going to get that under control. Well, reactor time 060 for Rick the Geese through at 893, 151 miles an hour. Testers, you should be in 1 and 2. Testers, we need you in 1 and 2. All right, just checking on the starting line here. You got to get the vehicle out of the way. They're just trying to determine the best way to do it. Right on the starting line, we got to make sure we don't have any fluids on there for anybody. I'm gonna clean it up a little bit. So we are shut down momentarily. All right, we're going to be down for just a bit here, getting that cleanup on the starting line on the Tiger Automotive Lane. Good time to make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. Grab something to eat, grab some ice cream. That's right. You scream ice cream. Gets a little awkward. Just go to Hector's. They got ice cream there, right? As well, they added some gluten-free items to their menu as well. They had pizza. So, once again, make your way down to Hector's. Grab something to eat or drink. Keep yourself cool. All right, so we're going to keep working away on the spill in front of the starting line here, guys. Racers, yeah, just kind of wait where you are. Not too bad yet. We do appreciate your patience. I know it gets a little unnerving, a little hot, but we're not there just yet. So, once again, we will get underway as soon as we can. Well, yesterday we had Ian out with the drone. Now, tell you what, take a look on Facebook. He's showing a lot of our pictures with a lot of different racers, and the drone looks awesome out there. So we got to thank Ian for doing that, helping us promote our track. All right, final call for testers 1 and 2. Final call for testers 1 and 2. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. All right, Terry McBain making her way to the starting line. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Get the time slip with Rich Harder, Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. That's Amy Schwab on the starting line. Well, Taryn McBain got the reaction time at 0:09, gets through 9:74. Rich Harder, 0:16 reaction time through at 7:68. All right, Leroy Schmidt always smiling with that Buick Regal. Getting the time slip with Scotty Remco. That's right, Glenn Remco's 67 Ganzo. Sponsored by Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-star. Studio 1, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Leroy, sponsored by PBR Auctions and Kelly Solheim Racing. Well, Leroy got the red eye on that one. He'll still get the quarter-mile slip. Yaremko 0:18 reaction time. He's on his game, 8:25 through the quarter mile, 165 miles an hour. Well, Fred Schwab on the line first out of Dundurn. RWH Motorsports, the sponsor, 75 Hornet. Getting the time slip with Rick and Cheryl Brown out of Indian Head. Stripe Shop, Agri Tactics Agronomy. And a new crew member. Hey, Sarah Brown helping him out this weekend. Possibly another gearhead coming out to SIR, right? Good to see Sarah out here. Well, Rick Brown with a red eye, not by much, 0:18, but boy, oh boy, Schwab's on his game, 0:07 reaction time. Gets through to 10:57 with that Hornet. A 7:70 for Rick Brown with the red eye. And Bob Fiesel warming up the rear tires. All right, good to see the Armstrongs back. That's right, happy first year anniversary for Misty and Mike. But Mike, a new drivetrain in that Ford Mustang. So he's going to be competing here. He was testing earlier, now he's going to get a time slip. Get on the ladder in Super Pro. Wow, Mike Armstrong almost a perfect light, Misty, at 0011. Wow. Bob Fiesel with the red eye minus 004 gets through with the 889. With the red eye, Mike Armstrong, boy oh boy, 001 through to 878, 155 miles an hour. Well, Jason Howdle got a perfect light a little bit earlier today. He's back for another time trial. He's getting the time slip with Mark Dick. Dick with the blown 67 Falcon out of Osler. Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. Well, Howdle 019 reacts time 073 for Mark Dick. Top end. Mark Dick with the Falcon got there first, the 943, 1033, the number on Barney. All right, looks like it's going to be a single pass for our friend out of Dundurn, Chris Kurgester with the 65 Belvedere. Good reaction time, 010 top end. He gets through to 955, 139 miles an hour. All right, looks like it's going to be a licensing pass for our Junior Street. And we don't have a card on this Trans Am yet, but I believe someone from the Adams family, right, Mark? And down the 8th mile, Pontiac Trans Am through at 1090 at 56 miles an hour. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. Well, you see the white mist coming off that Camaro hood. That is the nitrous system being purged. Dawson says, new ride. I'll tell you what, a beautiful 69 Camaro. Getting the time slip with Kelly Neufeld. Well, no, they're testing, right? But boy, that Cadillac is fast. Dawson, 808, 168 miles an hour. All right, Barbara Stetner out of Regina with the 82 Camaro, going to make a single pass. All right, Barbara Stetner up the gates. A little bit of a red light, but don't worry about that, Barbara. You're doing good down the quarter mile. Barbara got through the quarter mile. Hey, at 13:05, 106 miles an hour. Getting stronger with every run. Well, let's see what he does here. Russ Flamin. He's truly the Flying Flamin out of Regina. He finally achieved a couple goals yesterday. He broke the 200 mile per hour speed limit there. He made 200 miles per hour, 694 his first pass yesterday. Third pass, a 203 mile per hour pass, 692. And his last pass, mile per hour, went down 171, but still got to 699. Still broke the 7-second mark, so let's see what he does here. You know he's on a mission. Good straight pass, 157 reaction time, 736, 142 miles an hour. Boy, he launched. It was fairly straight. I thought he was going for another good run, but he fell a little bit short, but hey, he'll be back. And back up for another license pass. That's right, the Junior Street licensing pass. Hey, Frank, there's a few motorhomes out here this weekend. I don't know if you noticed. Yeah, I know. I thought you'd be doing the Frankie dance. All right, our friend with the Trans Am down the 8th mile. And our racer's going to stop the clocks at the 8th mile. Runs a 1095, 60 miles an hour. Well, Dodge Truck with Dodge Truck. Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon, D200. Up with Emmett Weeks with the D150. Once again, friends in the pits, competitors on the starting line. Yeah, they pit together. First call for Junior Street. That's right, the co-pilot class. Junior Street, first call, staging lanes. Well, Eric Humphrey with the red eye. Hey, Emmett Weeks, 014 reaction time. He's getting the reaction times down pretty good. Eric Humphreys will reach the top end first, runs at 12.99, 100 miles an hour. Emmett Weeks, 014 reaction time through a 14.28, 91 miles an hour. All right, well, I think I see the door open. That's right. We have Jody working our Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens once again, featuring Great West product. All we ask is be responsible. That's right. We want you to come back here to SIR again. There's lots of families out there. Want to make sure everyone gets home safely. So, once again, don't worry. Jody will look after you. So once again, thank you to Mackenzie Auto and Great West for sponsoring the Beer Gardens again this year. And thanks to Jody. Have a great day. And still a little slow here. Yes, make your way down to Hector's. Grab a drink, grab something to eat. Take a look around the pits. Talk to the racers. If they're not too busy, they love to talk about their rides. You've got a car show within some racing here. Best of both worlds. All right, just taking a look at the top end of the track. We'll get going as soon as we can. All right, we got a friend here. He made the long tow from Frobisher, Saskatchewan. That's in the Estevan area. Terry Willard needs a 5.7 Hemi coil. If anyone can help him out, he would really appreciate that. That's right. He's running that really neat 77 Gremlin. So anybody, there's a lot of Mopars here. You never know what everyone's running. But once again, he was in need for a 5.7 coil. 5.7 Hemi coil for his Gremlin. If you could help him out, that would be greatly appreciated. So we're going to mention that a few times, and hopefully we can help Terry out. We don't want him towing home already. Still got a full day of racing ahead of us, right? So maybe somebody can help him out with the coil. Thank you, guys. All right, I think we've got all our Junior Street legal there. I think we're still kind of licensing and stuff too, but long story short, Junior Street, that's right, the co-pilot class, final call. Junior Street, final call, co-pilot class. Did you sleep in, Reese? No. Sullivan slept in, didn't he? I met his mom. She didn't want me to mention her name, so we will mention it, though. All right, just addressing a few issues at the top end of the track. As soon as we got it cleaned up, we're going to get going here. Looks like we're sending the crew to the top end. So, racers, it's not too hot, but we are not running for a little bit here. Just letting you know what's going on. So, get a little comfortable. Stay by your car. Well, we got a little bit of downtime once again, racers and crews. Yes, we mentioned we're trying to finish up the grandstand. We got a ton of stuff we need to get fixed up here before the feature race here in roughly a month. So check your emails. We do definitely need some help here out at SIR. And Anita's not totally in charge, but she says, you know what? She's getting it underway. So she just asked everyone, check your emails. If you can help us out, we really greatly appreciate it. We got to get a few things done before the big race in August. So check your emails. Well, we mentioned Jody a little bit earlier. That's right, the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens with Great West products. That's right, if you buy Great West products, we do ask you to forward your receipt either by email or text to SDRA, or you can just give it to Jody in the beer gardens. What happens is we get incentives for sponsorship here, so the more product we buy, of course, it benefits everybody, especially SIR. So if you do buy Great West product and you do have a receipt, please forward it to the SDRA through email or text as well. You can give your receipt to Jody. And once again, thank you for doing that. That's right, Great West. They, as you buy more beer, the sponsorship incentives get a little bit better. So we'd like to welcome back again this year, Great West and Mackenzie Auto. And we should remind everyone, 106.9 on the FM dial, Racers and Crews. That way you don't miss your call to staging, 106.9 on that FM dial. All right, looks like we're sending the tractor up to the quarter mile, so a little bit more cleanup involved. All right, still working at the top end here, guys. We'll let you know as soon as we're ready to go. Well, we're still down here. That's right. We were looking for a 5.7 Hemi coil for our friend Terry Willard with that Gremlin. Yeah, you can't miss the vehicle. If you could help him out, that would be greatly appreciated. He made a long tow. That's right, Frobisher, out of the Estevan area. Long tow. So if somebody could help him out, he could be still racing here today. So hopefully somebody can help him out. Once again, 5.7 Hemi coil he's looking for. All right, they're still working at the top end of the track, guys. Looks like they're getting her close there. So as soon as we get the word, we'll continue with our second round of time trials here. Once again, thank you for your patience. We'll get underway as soon as we can. All right, looks like everyone's getting back here. We're going to get ready to go here as soon as we get the word. Once again, we are live streaming. That's right. If you want to catch the live stream, it's Sask International Raceway on YouTube. So thank you, James Gordon, for doing that. Hey, somebody can't make it to the racetrack. At least you can kind of keep abreast of what's going on out there. So once again, if you want to check us out on live stream, it's Sask International Raceway on YouTube. All right, racers in stage, and make sure you're by your vehicles. As soon as we get the call, we're going to get back at her soon, so make sure you're by your vehicles ready to go. All right, fired up once again. Let's get at her. Jared Smith out of the tower. Jared Smith running the Infinity. Evan Stephenson running the Super Coupe. And we're back in Sportsman right now. First call, Street Legal. We need you in stage and lane. Street Legal. Street Legal 1 and 2, Street Legal 1 and 2. Well, Evan Stephenson got through extra time on this round at 0.42 to 1:53, and mid-track pulling away. Stephenson will close the clocks at a 12:24, 13:04 for Jared Smith. So Street Legal 1 and 2, Street Legal 1 and 2. Our next pair, Matt Jasic Flamin out of Regina with the Pontiac GTA. Getting the time slip with Darren Shimko with the Orange Nova. I'd like to thank the Mullet Mafia as well, Reed Automotive. And top end, Amanda Jasic Flamin through 11:76, 12:45, the number for Darren Shimko. Street Legal 1 and 2, Street Legal 1 and 2. All right, our next pair on the starting line, Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatoon running the 2010 Charger. Getting the time slip with Jay Steele. We know this guy. That's right, Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, Outcast Racing, Mr. Transmission, his sponsors. Well, Jay slept a little too quick with the red eye. Garrett, good reaction time, 0.69. And side by side, it is Garrett Gerwing through at a 13:25, 13:86, the number for Jay Steele. All right, Chad Novak on the line first, the Mustang out of Kenora, Saskatchewan. Getting the time slip with Matt Henry out of Dundurn with the D150. Junior Dragster, the stage and lanes. Junior Dragster, Fuller, first call to the stage and lanes. Well, our cars left the line. Matt Henry got the reaction time with the truck at 0.56, but it'll be Chad Novak to the quarter mile. Mustang through to 1481, 1865, the number on the truck. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Chantel Hendry going through the rounds yesterday with the 70 Duster. Getting the time slip at Chris Langdon. He went through a few rounds as well. 74 Duster out of Regina. Mopar with Mopar. Well, double red lights for both drivers. Chantel Hendry, 010, red eye, 044 for Langdon. Looks like Chris Langdon will get to the top end first, 11:78. Chantel Hendry's time at 12:74. All right, we got one Junior Dragster. I'm sure the Flamans are following. Junior Dragster to the stage and lane. Junior Dragster to the stage and lanes. Street Legal 1 and 2. Street Legal 1 and 2. All right, Chad Penner back up for another round. That's right, going to go through that standard transmission, the 93 Mustang. Penner family racing here for a number of years at SIR. All right, Chad, I'm doing a little bit of steering on that one down the quarter mile. And he says, you know what? We missed the ship. We're just going to get it through the top end. We're not going to hurt anything. Smart racer. All right, now into our junior street. These guys are going to run half track. And we got the family feud going on here. A couple of racers, yes, Linda Sabiston, Kurt Jackson. And of course they're running Dodges, right? Mopar with Mopar. Caden Farr is in the red burgundy Ram. Nikita Blanchard in the white Ram. Well, Caden with the red eye. This round would have went to Nikita if we're doing eliminations, but we're doing time trials right now. So Caden with the red eye got through the 8th mile, 10:38, 10:54 the number for Nikita with the good light. Junior Dragster, we need you in stage and lane. Junior Dragster, final call for Street Legal, final call for Street Legal. All right, looks like it'll be a single pass for our friend Sully. That's right, Sullivan Groff out of Dundurn with the Square Box 83 C10 truck. And he's got Megan as the co-pilot here today. And Sully's on his game. Good reaction time. Sullivan 024 down the 8th mile. And the truck got through to 9:49, 76 miles an hour. All right, we got the big diesel. That's right, the 3500 Dodge. Tony Arith on the starting line. Getting the time slip with New York is big, but he's from bigger. That's right, Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's 2008 Corvette. That truck's got a lot of power. Holy smokes. Corvette leaving him though. Walter Finette's 3/4 track gets away on him. Corvette through to 13:02. Tony got through to 15:94. That's pretty quick for a pretty heavy truck. I think the idea is not to go so quick on the starting line. Grab some traction. Because we all know if you don't got no traction, you ain't going nowhere. You got no traction, you got no action, right? All right, Zach Melke out of Saskatoon running the Ford Focus. Getting the time slip of them at Weeks. That's right, 84 D150. He's doing a wonderful job. First year drag racing for Emmett. Well, Zach got through action time on this one in 059 to an 071, but mid-track, it is the Dodge truck pulling away. And Emmett got through, runs a 14:37. Zach's time, 15:99. All right, Austin Stinson out of Saskatoon running the 2021 Wrangler Jeep. Getting the time slip, but hey, good job, Braden Bentley. Yes, he progressed from the junior dragster class years ago. Yesterday, he held his own in street legal. Congratulations, Braden. You made the Mullet Mafia proud of you, right? Well, Austin Simpson got the reaction time in 088, got through at 16:38. Braden Bentley, a 172 reaction time, 15:09 for the Trans Am. All right, Mopar with Mopar, the Super Coupe, Evan Stephenson up with Matt Henry out of Dundurn. Well, red eye for Matt Henry, Evan Stephenson. Boy, he's got some issues maybe still on board, but either way, he's down the track on this one, 13:65. Matt Henry through, 18:31. Buck Wild is the license plate. Chad Novak out of Kenora with the convertible Mustang. Running a little bit quicker with the Mustang. He was a Dart guy. That's right, a Dodge guy. Now he's a Ford guy. He's just a guy that wants to go faster, right? Well, Chad Novak, 107 reaction time, making his way down the quarter mile in the VP fuel lane. And through the top end, he gets through to 1472, 95 miles an hour. All right, there is a third time trial, guys. Make sure you're getting ready. We haven't called anyone yet to staging, but there will be a third time trial. right, making some preparations. We're going to run 8th mile with our junior dragster class. That's right, young drag racers in the making. And great to see we've got a few back here. We had a few dry spell there for a while. But we've had a few racers progress right from junior dragster right into super pro. And I'll tell you what, those racers hold their own. All right, pro. First call, 3rd time trial. Let's go. 5 and 6, pro. Let's go. 3rd time trial, first call. Let's go. All right, our next pair of racers on the line. Victoria Desjardins out of Regina. She's going to get the time slip, but Thomas Jacek Flamin out of Regina. Third time trial, pro, 5 and 6, let's go. 3rd time trial, 5 and 6, and let's go, pro. Well, Thomas out the gates a little too quick, missed it by not much, 2/100ths of a second. 0.211. Red light, a 1/16 for Victoria. Top of the 8th, Thomas got there first, round of 12:14, 14:81 the time for Victoria. All right, pro, let's go. 5 and 6 is open. Let's go. All right, Leah Jacek Flamin out of Regina up next. Leah is up and running, a 2:27 reaction time down the 8th mile. And she gets through, runs 12:57. And we're just going to prep the track again. So 3rd time trial, pro, let's go. 5 and 6 are open, let's go. All right, just prepping the track here, getting our junior dragsters back. That's right. Put your hands together. We got Victoria making her way back down. I know there's not a lot of people out there, but I'll tell you what, these junior dragsters, these young racers, takes a lot of guts to get up there and just show off, right? Victoria, you're doing awesome. Every pass, you're getting stronger and you're getting faster. Keep it going. There we go. We got some people that are cheering you on. All right, a few more spaces here for Pro. Let's go, Pro. Let's fill the staging lanes. We're just finishing up, touching up the track. All employees back to their positions. All right, our next pair, third time trial. Ryan Doherty, the Bad Influence Challenger. Lindell Concrete Supply. Getting the time slip with the Cam Buster. Smoking Guns Racing team member Frank Pohozov. Once again, got to thank this guy at Yorkton. He promotes the heck out of our track 4 hours away. So thank you, Frank. Napa Auto Parts, Value Tire, Sturgis Tire, OK Tire is sponsors. Well, Doherty with the dreaded red light, 040 reacts time for Frank Pohozov. And the Bad Challenger, Bad Influence Challenger through to 1016. 1202, the number for Frank Pohozov. All right, our next pair, Mike Alexander out of Regina with the 64 Belvedere, getting the time slip with Amy Schwab. And good to see Amy behind the wheel of a race car again. She's got the 88 S10, RWH Motorsports S10 truck. All right, Mike Alexander pulling the front wheels, a wheel stand, 004 reaction time, 024 for Amy Schwab. Mike Alexander through to 1009, 1029, the number for Amy Schwab, but wow, Mike Alexander with the launch on the starting line. Unfortunately, red eyes for both racers here. They're going to get the quarter mile slips. Jared McIntosh, 043 red eye through, 968. 101 red eye for Perry Fletcher through to 1025. All right, Tyson Darrenowski, Casarillo with the S10, getting the time slip. Perry Duncan, and Duncan's on his game, an 003 reaction time. 047 for Darrenowski, top end. Tyson with the S10 got there first to 1092, but 1207, Perry Duncan with an 003 reaction time. All right, Brian Hicks out of Regina. He's raced this 69 Chevelle here at SIR for a number of years. Getting the time slip, another guy that's raced at SIR for a number of years. First generation Grzybowski, Dwight Grzybowski with the Duster. Well, Dwight Grzybowski got the reaction time 011 to a 029. And mid-track, Stolen Dignity pulling away. It's a 1050 for Dwight Grzybowski. Brian Hicks, 1121. All right, the Mullet Mafia is back up here. Mason Boschman getting time slip with Rob Phillips. Phillips with the Acadian Pontiac out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Beautiful car. Well, the dreaded red eye for Mason Boschman, a 108 reaction time for Rob Phillips. The Mullet Mafia will get there first, 980, 989 for our friend out of Lloydminster, Alberta, Rob Phillips. All right, Mopar with Mopar. We're going to need a Henry. We know her. Okay, Tire Henry's Motorsports like to thank Glenn. We'd like to thank Glenn. She's got the Barracuda getting the time slip with Andrew L. That's right, another Mopar to Balgonie, Saskatchewan. D100, we know the truck. Anita Henry through to 1081 with the red eye. Andrew Alb got the good light in 089 reaction time through to 979. Next pair of racers out of Regina. Good to see Dale Weiss back with the olds. True olds, that's right, olds engine and everything. Getting the time slip with Ryan Appleby out of Regina, the black 68 Charger. Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star Bennett's Auto, and ABS Competition is sponsors. Double red eyes. Ryan Appleby through to 980, 1047 for our friend Dale Weist. Super Pro, first call for Super Pro, Mike Gilbride minus red light 004. He's going to hate that time slip. 040 for Martin Marchuk. Marchuk through with the Mustang at 1022. Red eye for Gilbride through at 1128, 116 miles an hour. All right, the red Fairlane, that is Dad. That's right, Harold Penner out of Martinsville. He's raced that car for a number of years here. K&M Auto as well as Harold Penner Trucking. His sponsors, he forgot to put Marie on that. Come on, Harold. Harold getting the time slip with the white dart out of Regina, Ken Daly. Ken Daly got the reaction time, gets through to 1023, 1020 for Harold Bennard. Glenn Henry, Plum Crazy out of Dundurn with the Barracuda. We'll get the time slip at Jake Fiesel. Jake out of Regina with the new ride. His 87 Camaro, sponsored by Advanced Electrical, Statro Lighting, and Electro Tech. Henry got through X time at 026, got through 10:53 with Plum Crazy. Jake Fiesel 051 reacts time through at a 10:38 with the Camaro. All right, out of Medicine Hat, Randy Stowe brought his S10 here. City Auto out of Medicine Hat, Schuler Enterprises out of bigger sponsors. Getting the time slip with Regina's Camden Fiesel, Boat Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, his sponsors. Running the 79 Nova. All right, Camden Fiesel, 012 reaction time, 067 for Randy Stowe. It's Fiesel through the top end first to 10:41, 11:68, the number for the S10. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. Floyd Scribner running the Pink Panther, that's right. 70 Cuda, Karika downhole service. His sponsor getting the time slip of Johnson Atten out of Outlet with the Camaro. And Johnson, perfect light, 0008. Floyd Scribner 044, top end. Scribner got there first, 990, but Johnson Atten with the perfect light through with a 1058. Walter Frenette's up with Mark Bennett. Yes, these guys have been drag racing here at SIR for a number of years. Frenette's out of Bigger, Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park. Well, Frenette's with the red eye. Mark Bennett, a 148 reaction time. Bennett got through the top end first, a 934 with the Duster, 1090, the number on the Corvette. All right, our next pair on the line, Braden Haru out of Saskatoon, second generation Haru Racing. 442 Cutlass. Like to thank Laser Automotive, RWH Motorsports, Scott and Glenn Yaremko, and of course, Mom and Dad. Braden gets the slip with Kimmy G. That's right, Outcast Racing, Pontiac Acadian. Kim Guller, sponsored by Superior Diesel, RWH, and ABS Competition. Kyle Braden-Rue got through extra time in 013, got through the top end 9:43, 11:10 with the red eye for Kim Guller. All right, single pass for our friend out of Regina, Dave Kerr. Beautiful 62 Fury. Got to look at that car in the pits. It is beautiful. And Dave, 083 reaction time, making his way down the quarter mile, the VP fuel lane. And he'll get through the quarter mile, 12:31, 110 miles an hour. Final call for Super Pro. Super Pro, final call to staging. All right, Heather Bennett making a single pass on a White City, a 150 reaction time down the track. And top end, Heather Bennett got through at 11:00. All right, Brandon Bennett out of White City with the single pass. Brandon Bennett, 028 reaction time down the quarter mile, 9:19 through the quarter mile. First call for testers, 1 and 2. First call for testers, 1 and 2. All right, Jamie Fiesel out of Pasca Lake. Up with Richard Skopek with the Dragster. We got Bantam Altered with Dragster on this round. Holy smokes, Jamie Fiesel ain't gonna like his time slip. A negative perfect light, 004, 031 for Richard Skopek. Richard got through the top end at 821, 858 for Jamie Fiesel. Tester, second call, 1 and 2. Testers, 1 and 2. Let's go. All right, door slammer with Dragster, both from southern Saskatchewan, Pasqua Lake. That's Bob Fiesel, Echo Electric, Advanced Electrical Agency, sponsoring the Dragster. Bob getting the slip with it to Jarley. That's right, Dyna Crane, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, Meterman and Pro Reefer, his sponsors. Bob Fiesel got 3X time at 007 and 022. Top end Dragster through 891. Ed Desarlay through at a 1046. All right, we're just on hold for a moment here, folks. Just wait by your cars in staging. Of course, we're going to wait it out. Welcome to Saskatchewan. Wait 5 minutes. The weather's going to change. Hopefully for the better, right? All right, staging lanes are still open. That's right, testers 1 and 2. You guys can still make it up here. We're just on hold at the moment. As soon as we're ready to go, we will get going here. Once again, if you're in staging, just stay by your vehicle so that way when you get the call, we don't have to look for anyone. So stay by your vehicle in staging. Well, I hope my friend with the Gremlin got that 5.7 Hemi coil, Terry Willard. I hope somebody could help them out on that. Lots of Mopar enthusiasts out here today. All right, just holding on. We're going to see what's going to happen here. So once again, if you're in staging, just stick by your vehicle. There, we got Richie with an umbrella. He's okay. Amy's looking after him. Right on. I think that polka dot umbrella really matches the Dragster. You guys coordinated it. Now Richie's hiding on us, is he? He wants his own space, right? Leave me alone. Okay, we'll leave you alone, bud. right, we're still waiting it out here. For those that want to know, the Pro Ladder has been posted. Pro Ladder has been posted, but we're still waiting this out. We're going to try to get through our third time trial here and then get into elimination. So let's cross our fingers. And once again, it's Saskatchewan. Let's just wait her out. Hopefully it changes in about 5-10 minutes. All right, just working on the track here. As soon as we get word, we're going to get going, hopefully. So we'll just keep you posted. Once again, you guys are in staging. Yes, please stay by your vehicles. And as soon as we get the word, we're going to get going again. All right, racers in staging. We are prepping the track. We are sending them the tech guys to our safety safari up to the top. Please stay by your cars. We're waiting for the go-ahead. We're hoping to get underway here shortly. And once again, everyone, thank you for your patience and understanding. And Mother Nature is just having a crazy day with us again today. But let's cross our fingers. We've got to put this one in the books. All right, all step to the positions. Once again, racers, get ready. We're going to get running here as soon as we got the go-ahead. All right, momentarily lapsed. We're just going to wait it out. All right, back at her. Chris Kirkgaster out of Dundurn, 65 Belvedere. With Kim Bernard and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Look at that. Zip trip again, 0, 0, 0, 0. Congratulations, Kim Bernard. Perfect light, 9-10 through the top end. Wow, the first time today, 2 4-0s, that's right, zip trip. Incredible, good job, racers. All right, our next pair, Sharon McBain, changing vehicles this year, 61 Alpine she's driving. Getting the time slip with Rich Harder with the Dragster. Well, red light for Sharon McBain, 0053 for Richie Harder, top end, Dragster through. How about 175 miles an hour? 766. 975 for Sharon McBain, 139 miles an hour with the door slammer. First call for Sportsman, first call for Sportsman. Well, door slammer with Dragster. Barry Stetner with the BBJ 5-star Camaro on the line. Getting the time slip of Travis McBain. Boy, this guy's having a great year so far out of Saskatoon with the Dragster. So once again, Sportsman, we need you in the stage and lanes. Sportsman in the stage and lanes. Well, he'll still get the quarter-mile slip. Unfortunately, red eye for Barry Stetner with the Camaro. 019 Rex time for McBain. He's through with the Dragster. How about a 782, 170 miles an hour? Barry Stetner with the red eye got through on 967, 142 miles an hour. All right, no drivers meeting. Everyone check the ladders. The pro ladder has been posted. Check and make sure it's right. We're going right into eliminations. There will not be a drivers meeting today. All right, Mark Dick out of Osler, the Bone 67 Falcon, getting the time flip with Arlene Harder with the CUDA. Well, Mark Dick on and off the throttle. Look at that. Arlene Harder having some issues. Backed off on the throttle. Mark Dick got through to 949, 155 miles an hour. Arlene Harder having some issues. Had the reaction time in 024, but next round. Sportsman, we need you to stage and lane. Sportsman to the stage and lanes. All right, looks like it'll be a single pass for Fred Schwab out of Dundurn. RWH Motorsports sponsoring the 75 Hornet AMC. Well, Fred with a red eye minus 0083, but he'll still get the quarter-mile slip. And Fred got through with it at 10:59, 125 miles an hour. So once again, the pro ladder has been posted. Super Pro after this. There will be no drivers meeting. Make sure you check the ladder. Make sure it is correct. If you have a problem, you know what to do. Bring her up to the tower. We'll get her fixed up. All right, from Pelly, Saskatchewan, happy anniversary, Mike and Misty Armstrong. Good to see them back at the track. And Mike behind the wheel of the Mustang, he's going to get the time slip of Rick the Geese out of Saskatoon. Well, double red lights, but I'll tell you what, an 021 for Mike Armstrong, 005 for Rick the Geese. The Geese got through to 890, 876. Both cars red lit at the beginning, at the start. So Sportsman 5 and 6, Sportsman 5 and 6. All right, both vehicles out of the burnout box. That's Leroy Schmidt with all that smoke behind him in that Buick Regal. Sponsored by PBR Auction and Kelly Solheim Racing. Getting the time slip with Rick and Cheryl Brown out of Indian Head. That's right, Stripe Shop and AgriTactics Agronomy, their sponsors. As well, they have another person on their crew this weekend, Sarah Brown, their granddaughter. So, welcome, Sarah. Well, we're welcoming some people here. I do believe we have a visitor from Australia. Trying to check out, see what drag racing's here. So, yeah, from Australia, thank you for coming here. We welcome you here to SIR. Well, red eye for Leroy Schmidt, 024, reaction time for Rick Brown. Mid-track Corvette pulling away through 768, 177 miles an hour. 937 for Leroy Schmidt, 142 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, Scott Yaremko from Saskatoon, arrives at Pontiac Acadian Canzo. Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-Star, Studio 1, Laser Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports. Getting the time slip with Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park. That's right, he's running the Mopar 72 Dart. Well, Scotty, oh boy, he's not going to like his time slip. He red lit by 2/1000 of a second. Ouch. Minus 0.021.030 reaction time for Appleby. Appleby got through with the door slammer, 934. Scott Yaremko through to 822 with the red eye. First call for Junior Street, 3 and 4. First call, Junior Street, 3 and 4. All right, Jason Howdle with the perfect light earlier today. Barney's back out of Mr. Alberta. Jason would like to thank his wife, his kids, the SIR staff, and the Lord above. We'd like to do as well, right? And thank you. You're cleared to race again. Thank you, Mother Nature. All right, Barney, an 022 reaction time. Jason Howdle gets through the top end of 1032, 129 miles an hour. Watch yourself, guys, in staging. We need to open up there. Junior Street Legal, that's right, the co-pilot class, 3 and 4. Junior Street Legal, 3 and 4. All right, our next pair on the starting line, that is Dave Caster back with the 64 Savoy. Getting the time slip with Barbara Stetner out of Regina. A rookie driver this year. She's still learning, but I'll tell you what, Barbara, every step, every race A little more experience, right? I think she's going to be a great drag racer. How's Russell doing? I know you got your hands full with all that food. You can't give me a thumbs up. Good to see you, bud. All right, once again, we're just kind of on hold. And once again, racers, if you're in staging, we ask you to stay with your vehicles. As soon as we're ready to go, we are going to go. Once again, the pro ladders have been set up. I don't know about Super Pro. I don't see Cheryl. It has been posted. There she goes. Are you hiding on me? Where's Waldo? Where's Cheryl? We're going to figure it out. Anyways, yes, the Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Racers and crew, no racer meeting today. We are going to get our third time trial underdone, and we're going right into elimination. So no drivers meeting today. And once again, thank you for your patience. All of us that know about drag racing, unfortunately, we're like farmers, very weather dependent. And we're just going to wait her out. And unfortunately, in Saskatchewan, you wait 5 minutes, it's going to change, right? I think we had some kind of bright thing in the sky there for a few seconds. Well, big heads up there for the Heads Up Havoc. That's right. Russ and Cody. That's right. Russ Flamin, Cody Rousseau. These guys put this thing together, and Russ says, you better mention Amanda. She did a lot of work for us as well. Amanda Jacek Flamin. So thank you guys for putting on the Heads Up Havoc. Ed Desjardins did a wonderful job announcing the event. And Amy and Kaylee, that's right. They helped out again. They helped out with the quarter mile home and drag. So once again, great couple members helping out with the Heads Up Havoc. And the word is great racing. We just got to get the word out. Get some people here. The car caliber was incredible. Had a lot of nice vehicles from all over. We even had our friends back from Ontario. That's right, the Pro Mod Corvette. Stroker and Ends. And I'll tell you, you Google them, boy, oh boy, they are drag racing royalty. They've done some wonderful things down in the States. And you're not supposed to be able to drive a Pro Mod to racetrack to racetrack. All right, I guess Walter Furnetz, we need you in the tower. Walter Furnetz, we need you in the tower. All right, happy anniversary to the Armstrongs from Pili, Saskatchewan. And it looks like Mike's drag racing here this afternoon. All right, let's try this again. Barbara Stettner out of Regina with the 82 Camaro getting the time slip. With Dave Caster out of Saskatoon, 64 Savoy. Well, Dave Kaiser with the red eye. Barbara Stetner, a 5:69 reaction time. And Dave Kaister jumped the gates a little bit. They will get to the top end first. A 10:54 on the 64 Savoy. 13:43 on the Camaro. Barbara Stetner. The Flying Flamin out of Regina, Russ Flamin. And I'll tell you, he had a heck of a day yesterday. He finally got a couple of gremlins off him. He did break 200 miles an hour. And yes, he did break 7 seconds. He ran a 694, a 692, and a 699 yesterday. Mile per hour, first run was a 200 mile per hour run. Third pass, 203 miles an hour. In the fourth pass, mile per hour went down to 171, but he still got it done before 7 seconds. A 699 on the last pass. Oh, Russell got off the groove, and boy, oh boy, did a wonderful job. He wanted it, but he's trying to get back on that groove. 752, 144 miles an hour, but we say, hey, he took the long way down the quarter mile on that one. He had to do a bit of steering on that one. All right, I think our co-pilot junior street legal class is all there. Once again, Pro, Super Pro, the ladders have been posted. No drivers meeting. We're going into eliminations. So you guys should be getting prepped. Pro, you know you're going to be called first. So once again, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. No drivers meeting. We're going right into eliminations. All right, just checking the VP lane just to make sure everything is safe. What the heck is that bright thing in the sky? Boy, oh boy, we welcome it, right? Yeah, Saskatchewan weather. Just wait a few minutes. It's going to change. Chad Novak on the starting line with the Ford convertible Mustang out of Kenora, Saskatchewan, making the trek. He's going to go up against Jarrett Smith with the time slip. Jarrett running a few years out here at SIR, running the Infinity here. Well, Jared out the gates a little too quick with a red eye. 030 reaction time for Chad Novak. But mid-track, the Infinity of Jared Smith pulling away through that Tiger Automotive lane. And he's through to 1304. 1479 the time for the Mustang. Well, Mopar with Mopar. That's right. The truck out of Saskatoon, Emmett Weeks. D150 getting the time slip of Regina guy. That's right, Chris Langdon. He's been here at SIR a number of years with that 74 Duster. First call for Street Legal, 3 and 4. First call for Street Legal, 3 and 4. Junior Street, you guys are there. And first call for Junior Dragster to the stage and lanes. Junior Dragster to the stage and lanes. Well, Chris Langdon, a 142 reaction time, gets through the quarter mile, 11:81, 111 miles an hour. Emmett Weeks, a 154 reaction time, through to 14:32, 92 miles an hour. And once again, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All the other ones will be posted afterwards. But Pro and Super Pro, check the ladders, make sure the information is correct. We need to fix it before we do any more. So Pro and Super Pro, your ladders have been posted. All right, Amanda Joseph Flyman out of Regina on the line first. Getting the time slip with Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatoon, 2010 Dodge Charger. Well, Amanda Joseph Flyman got through action time in 020. It's a red eye for Garrett Gerwing. And the Pontiac Trans Am through 1174, 1320, the number for Garrett Gerwing with the red eye. All right, our next pair, the orange Chevy Nova out of Saskatoon, Darren Shimko. I'd like to thank the Mullet Mafia as well, Reed Automotive, getting the time slip with Matt Hendry. Hendry's Motorsports, the Dodge truck. Gonna get the time slip with Darren Shimko. And looks like our friend Terry Willard is back. Somebody helped him with the coil. Whoever did, thank you so much. I love watching that gremlin. Well, red eye for Matt Hendry. Darren Shimko got through action time in 082. And about a third way down the track, Shimko pulling away. Will cross the quarter mile first, 12:36. Matt Hendry's time, 15:17. Oh, sorry, 18:25, 72 miles an hour. I read the 1,000-foot mic. All right, our next pair approaching the starting line, Evan Stephenson with the Super Coupe. That's right out of Saskatoon. It's going to get the time slip of Jay Steele. He's as well out of Saskatoon with the Blazer, Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, Outcast Racing, and Mr. Transmission he'd like to thank. Well, reaction times, 054 for Steele, 064 for Stevenson. Evan will cross the line first, 12:23. Jace's time, 13:86. Junior Dragster, we need you in stage and lane 1. Junior Dragster and Street Legal, we need you to the stage and lane. Street Legal and Junior Dragster. Well, we got to say thank you to whoever got a coil for Terry Willard, because we get to see the gremlin a little bit longer. And he made the big track. That's right, for Frobisher, Saskatchewan. That's out the Estevan area. Terry Willard getting the time slip with Eric Humphrey out of Saskatoon, running the D200 Camper Special. But it's not a Camper Special. No, she's a fast truck. Well, reaction time goes to Eric Humphreys in 051. 080 for Terry Willard, top pin. Humphreys got through at 1297. The gremlin through to 1301. Junior Dragster, we need you in stage and lane, and Street Legal, 3 and 4. And looks like it'll be a single pass for Chantel Hendry with the yellow duster. OK Tire, her sponsor. Oh, Chantel having a bit of a start problem there. We may back her up and reline her up. All right, we're just going to get Chantel to restage the vehicle and get her a time slip. All right, just waiting for the other junior dragsters. Flaman's on their way. And Street Legal, we need you in staging. Street Legal is staging lanes. And she's off and running. Chantel Hendry left the gates at 1:16 reaction time. And through the Tiger Automotive lane, she gets through at 1281, 104 miles an hour. Well, we call it the co-pilot class. Junior Street Legal, you got to be 13 years and older. You got to have someone who has a vehicle, right? Someone's got to have a driver's license. But after that, a lot of paperwork. You can be drag racing like these families. We got Nikita Blanchard up with Caden Farr. And Caden just got licensed here today. So once again, if you have any interest in the class that you want to get into family racing, it's probably the most economical way to get into it. You just use the family ride. Talk to Sean Zazula, the manager. He'll get you going. But right now, down the 8th mile, it is Caden Farr at 10:38 through the 8th mile, 11:20 for Nikita. All right, final call for Street Legal, final call for Street Legal, final call for Junior Dragster, final call for Junior Dragster. All right, back up again. Sullivan Gropp out of Dundurn, 83 seat, 10 square box Chevy truck. And the co-pilot today is Megan. And Megan, bam, she made it back on time, right? You had some time, sweetheart. Well, Sullivan Gropp, 295 reaction time, making his way down the 8th mile. And through the VP fuel lane, he gets through to 937, 76 miles an hour. So once again, Pro and Super Pro, the ladders have been posted. All other ladders will get posted at the end. There is no driver's meeting, so Pro, you guys should be getting ready to go. Check out the ladder. We're going right into eliminations after this third time trial is done. All right, Austin Stinson out of Saskatoon running the 2021 Wrangler Jeep. Getting the time slip, but Braden Bentley had a great day yesterday. The Mullet Mafia in the winner's podium. That's right, running the 97 Trans Am. All right, they're off. A 123 reaction time goes to Austin Stinson. A 181 for Braden Bentley. The Trans Am does get to the quarter mile first. A 15:18, 16:35 for the Jeep Wrangler. Well, you see some vehicles, they are actually entered in two different classes here. That's why you might be a little confused. And these cars can enter a couple different classes. Chad Novak, 2000 Mustang out of Kenora, getting the time slip with Matt Hendry out of Dundurn. And Matt like to thank Hendry's Motorsports and Glenn and Anita Hendry. Well, it looks like it'll be a single pass. Matt Hendry out the gates in 0.74 reaction time. And through the VP fuel lane, the truck's going to get through it at 18.25, 72 miles an hour. All right, Emmett Weeks out of Saskatoon with the Dodge truck up for another time slip. With another truck, it's a Dodge diesel. That's right, we're going to put a carbon footprint on the earth right now. Tony Irith running the Dodge diesel. Well, Emmett Weeks off the line. Looks like Tony might have rolled through. We might just back him up. Emmett Weeks through the quarter mile runs 14:41. As Tony's a new racer, we're trying to help him out, explain how everything works for him. All right, it's going to try her again. If you're new to racing, we're going to explain how the Christmas tree works. Right now, Tony has lit the first bulb. That means he rolled through the next beam. He's got the pre-stage and stage bulb lit. Sure, he hits the switch. The truck goes. And there's that carbon footprint. Well, I'll tell you, a 3500 series, that is a very heavy truck. Got through the quarter mile, 21.28 seconds. I think he's got traction. He needs different tires, right? You know what they say, no traction, no action. Zach Mickle out of Saskatoon, 2004 Ford Focus. Getting the time slip with the Super Coupe. Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon. Well, Zach out the gates too quick. Evan out the gates too quick. Double red eyes. Both vehicles will get the quarter-mile slip, but yes, they've red lit at the starting line in elimination rounds. You can't do that. You're eliminated, right? Can't leave before the green. 12:22 for Evan Stephenson, 15:61 for Zach. And it looks like we're just going to get set up once again. And we're going to run our junior dragsters, and that will be it. Third round of time trials will be done. And once again, no drivers meeting. Pro, you guys should be getting ready. When we call you, find your partner and let's go. There will be no drivers meeting. Well, first call, Pro. Staging lanes are open. 5 and 6. Find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. Well, how's everyone doing at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? Everyone okay? Raise your arms up and down. Uh-oh, we're not doing too good. I'm sure Jody's looking after you very well there. So once again, Mackenzie Auto, once again, sponsoring our beer gardens with Great West. Thank you so much. All right, the Junior Dragster is going to conclude our third time trial once again. Pro and Super Pro, your ladders have been posted. Yeah, I should have came up already if we have a problem, but either way, check it out. Pro, you guys have been called to staging. And all the other ladders will be posted after Cheryl gets down there. Here comes the Cheryl. Here comes the Cheryl. All right, we got the Battle of Ladies this round. No, they're getting time slips yet, Mike. But they are going to get into elimination rounds just like the other racers, yes. Victoria Desjardins in the VP Fuel lane. Like to thank Papa, that's right, Ed Desjardins, the crew chief, as well as Dyna Grain Services, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailers. Leia would like to thank, of course, Amanda Jacek Flaman, her crew chief. And oh boy, we got a race going on here. Leia got the extra time in 013 to 187, and she will cross the 8th mile first. 12:02, Victoria gets through to 14:90. All right, with the single pass, Thomas Jacek Flaman out of Regina. And that is Russ' dad, helping him on the starting line. Once again, family racing here at SIR. All right, Thompson 041 reaction time gets through the 8th mile. 12:05, 52 miles per hour. Just going to touch up the track. Once again, no drivers meeting. Pro, you guys should be in staging. Find your partner and let's go. Pro, rest of the ladder, Cheryl will be making her way down to the tech booth. But Pro and Super Pro, your ladders have been posted. Rest of the ladders will be coming when Cheryl is there. All right, we concluded our third time trial here. We're just going to get things set up again. Close the gates for our junior dragsters. We're going to get around elimination rounds. So once again, if you've never been to drag racing, don't worry about it. We're going to teach you. We got a friend from Australia here, I hear, visiting us. Never been to drag racing, so of course we're going to explain our crazy sport to you. It's kind of a chess game. But we're playing with cars, kind of. You got to know what your car's going to do down the quarter mile. You can't run quicker than the elapsed time. You've got to beat your competitor. You can't red light. That means you left too soon at the starting line. Breakout means you ran too quick elapsed time. If both race vehicles run too quick, the lesser of the breakout times takes the win. You can't cross the center line and you can't hit the guardrail. You're disqualified. So pretty simple so far, right? We're going to keep explaining it, how it goes. Right now you're looking at what they call that is traction compound. If you've ever spilled some pop on a kitchen floor, this stuff's probably 20 times more stickier. And boy, the stuff we put on there, they heat up the rubber tires and everything. You'd be surprised. Some guys still spin the tires here. Incredible. But all right, we got Victoria Desjardins making her way down. You guys should give her a hand, right? This is our future drag racers coming down the return road. And this young lady, once again, every run you're getting stronger. You're getting better, Victoria. And I forgot that's Zoe. I forgot to mention the car. She calls it Zoe. All right, traction compound is just about been applied here. Once again, Pro, find your partner and let's go. And yes, all the ladders have now been posted. Pro and Super Pro, we asked you to check them earlier. All the other ladders have been posted. Check it out, find your partner, and once again, call when you get to staging. Testers, you guys are a class. Don't come up until you're called. I don't think we got any more licensing going on today. All right, safe racing and safe travels to everyone. Yes, some traveling near, some traveling far. But once again, everyone that traveled to our track this weekend, thank you so much for supporting us. SIR Truly Saskatchewan International Raceway. There we go. You know what to do. We got the Jacek Flamin family making their way down the return road. Put your hands together. Future drag racers here. Good job, guys. All right, I believe the souvenir shop was going to be open till about 3. Did I get that right, Brenda? I kind of forgot about you, sweetheart. Sorry about that. So we're going to go with that. The door's still open. No, we're not doing 50-50s today. That one yesterday was claimed. That's right, Jim. Yaremko won it. And once again, 50-50s at the track here at SIR. If you don't have to be here to claim the prize as long as you got the winning ticket. We've had people go home and, hey, they were kind of busy working on their race cars. If you find out you got the right ticket, yes, we're going to post it on Facebook if it hasn't been claimed. But if it has been claimed, it has. And all 50-50s this year have been claimed here at SIR. So once again, thank you. A lot of improvements getting done because of that. So thank you for supporting SIR that way as well with our 50-50s. And Brenda, thank you for your efforts. We do appreciate you. She said souvenir sales were really good. So we might have to bring in some more for the feature. But either way, there was new swag. If you haven't checked it out yet, you definitely want to check it out for the next couple races. As well, racers and crews, remember, check your emails. Anita's going to be sending out. We got to get this facility in shape for the feature race in August. We do need some help. So racers, check your emails. We mentioned yesterday the AGM meeting is going to be in Regina this year. That's right. So if you want to get tickets, talk to Anita. They're going to keep a bunch up until a certain time. I think it's November 15th, if I'm correct. Either way, just check the website. But either way, the AGM banquet, everything is going to be held in Regina this year. And I think that's rightfully so. SIR, truly Saskatchewan International Raceway. Got a lot of travelers coming up from Regina every year, so time to repay the favor, right? We can come see them. Well, we take this moment. We send our condolences to the Jantz family. Elaine out of Lanigan. We lost Sparky. Ian Jantz ran a high-voltage Maverick here at SIR for a number of years, and he just passed away here. He was a great racer, a great sportsman, and like I say, he raced at SIR for a number of years out of the Lanigan area. The word is Frank Bohozov heard the car is supposed to be coming back. Unfortunately, Ian had an accident with it, and they were rebuilding it. But Ian has passed away. We called him Sparky, the high-voltage Maverick. So our condolences to the Jantz family out in Lanigan. As well, Jerry the King Ruth. I'll tell you what, back in the 70s, he was here. He was the Top Fuel champ in 1973. And Jerry the King Ruth passed away last week. So our condolences to the Ruth family. And it sounds like we're ready to go. So if you're new to racing, don't worry. We're going to explain this sport for you. Like I say, the racers, they got to know their cars. They got to know a lot of things. But you know what? A lot of times it's just luck. You might get the win, right? And I like seeing different people on the podium. And I'll tell you, some different characters. So we're like the Muppet family here, right? Lots of different characters. Okay, final call for Pro. Final call for Pro. All right, Queen City Performance Pro Class, our first round of eliminations here. Kim Gallagher out of Upcast Racing, running the Pontiac Acadian. Superior Diesel RWH Motorsports ABS competition. Her sponsors, 1109. She'll get the head start. Amy Schwab will have to wait at 10:30 dialed in on the RWH Motorsports S10. Good to see Amy back behind the wheel. Well, some of the cars have radios. We have an FM transmitter, so we're not going to announce reaction time during elimination rounds. Top end, the round goes to Amy Schwab. 10:33 and a 10:30 dial-in. All right, our next pair of cars came out of the burnout box. So if you're new to drag racing, you're wondering what are these guys doing? They're heating up the rear tires, so they're very tacky, they're sticky. Better traction. Anita Henry Dundern with the Plymouth Barracuda. OK Tire, Henry's Motorsports like to thank Glenn. She's dialed in at a 10.78. She will lead first as Mason Boschman with the Mullet Mafia, the Pontiac Trans Am, dialed in at a 9.82. Now, what's going to happen is you got to beat your opponent, but you can run faster than your elapsed time. Right now, the Christmas tree, very critical, called reaction times. If they like the pre-stage and stage bulbs, that tells Sherry they're ready to go. She presses the button, and we're off to the races. So now both cars have to beat each other. They can't run faster than elapsed time. That's called a breakout. And guess what? We just double broke out here. So the car that least broke out takes the win, and Mason Boschman takes the win. All right, the Pink Panther out of Saskatoon now. Floyd Scribner making his home out of Saskatoon. And we welcome that. Karika Downhole Services is sponsor. $9.92 on the Pink Panther, so Floyd Scribner's going to have to wait. Dwight Grzybowski out of Martinsville's got a 10.50. He's going to get the head start. And it's a clean start at the line. Did I say Mopar versus Mopar? Well, it is. Dwight Grzybowski takes the win. Runs a 10.56 on a 10.50. Came down reaction times on that one. Scribner ran the number 9.92, but the reaction time. All right, good to see our friend out of Regina back with the 66 Biscayne, Perry Duncan. Gonna get the elimination round with another guy to Regina. Good to see Barry Pollard up with his Roadrunner. Stock, super stock racer. Good to see Barry up here at SIR 1166. Barry will have to wait. Perry Duncan will get a bit of a head start at 12:07. So you want to see what the difference is? Watch the Christmas tree. You're going to see both cars leaving the line different times. So the idea is at the top of the quarter mile, both cars will reach it at the same time. And who is the winner is the winner. Whoa, Perry Duncan having some steering issues right at the beginning. Red lit. Says, you know what, the round's over. He did a smart thing. He just backed it off. Barry Pollard took the win. Let's take a look at 1166. Gets through at 1173. All right, our next pair out of Regina, Mike Alexander wants a starting line. He loves to pull the front wheels, ride the back wheels. A 64 Belvedere. 10-10, he'll have to wait as our friend out of York. Then Frank Bohozoff will get the head start. 12:01. He's also a member of the Smoking Guns Racing Team. He's sponsored by Napa Auto Parts, Value Tire, Sturgis Tire, and OK Tire. And I'll tell you, we got to thank our friend out of Yorkton. He promotes the heck out of our track 4 hours away. Thank you for what you do for us, Frank. And there's Mike Alexander with the ride. Side by side, top end. It's Mike Alexander with the win. Runs a 10-12 on a 10-10. Good for the win. Yeah, Mopar with Mopar. Once again, both Regina racers on this round. The White Dart, Ken Daly. The White Fury is Dave Kerr. Dave Kerr is in the VP Fuel lane. 12:30, he'll get the head start. Ken Daly in the Tiger Automotive lane at 10:22. We'll have to wait. But once again, watch the tree. You're going to see a difference from both cars leaving. Once again, both cars are built differently. So heads-up racing doesn't work, but the idea is both cars leave at different times. And what a launch by Daly. So the idea is at the top end of the quarter mile, but Daly's having some issues. He's pulling over. So we better check him out. Dave Kerr's going to take the win. He wisely backed off. But Ken Daly just says, you know what, something's not right. He just pulled over. It looks like Ken had some problems after the 8th mile where the car kind of fell off and he kind of started pulling over. So we're just going to send the crew, make sure everything's safe. We're going to get back into elimination rounds here shortly. All right, just checking the track to see if anything is on there. We got to make sure it's safe. We got some very fast cars here today. And you know what? Even if you're not that fast, you still don't want to drive into something, right? Got to make sure everyone is safe. So a lot of times you got to know your cars. Every once in a while, Dave Fuzzy Kerr got lucky on that one. Ken Daly having some issues, so he took the win. He backed off. Once again, if he broke out, the win would have went to Ken Daly. And then Daly, he would have to see if he could run the next round, depending what was going on. But boy, oh boy, you see some really, really crazy things happening out here. So you really got to pay attention. And luck is part of racing. Well, looking at the starting line, flag's not fluttering that much. Wind has died down a little bit, but boy, yesterday, about mid-afternoon, boy, she picked up here. Mother Nature still kind of figuring out what's going on. But either way, thank you. The skies are nice and blue. And just waiting for the top end guys to make it back down their perch, and we're going to get resuming with more elimination rounds in the Queen City Performance Pro class. All right, back into elimination rounds. All right, Plum Crazy out of the burnout box first. Glenn Hendry out of Dundurn. This guy's been drag racing for a number of decades. 1057 is the number on the car. It's a 1095 on the truck. Casarillo, it is Tyson and Kaylee Daranoski out of Casarillo. That's right, I'd like to say a big thank you to RWH Laser, Triumph Construction and Bridges Help, and a supporter wife. I said Kaylee, didn't I? Absolutely. Well, it is a red eye for Tyson. Glenn Hendry, 002 light. He's on his game. 1057 breaks out. But due to the red light at the starting line, Glenn Hendry is in the next round. May want to slice the number. So that means Glenn Hendry ran a little bit quicker than his elapsed time, and that can happen as weather and air condition sometimes changes. And air conditions, boy oh boy, you can run faster, but everyone is facing the same conditions. All right, our next pair, Randy Stowe made the tow from Medicine Hat. City Auto, his sponsor out of Medicine Hat. Scholler Enterprise out of Bigger. 1162, he'll get the head start. Andrew L. out of Balgoni with the D100 truck. 977 dialed in. First call for Super Pro, first call for Super Pro. And Andrew L. pulling the front wheels on that truck. Truck with truck, meeting up halfway. Who's going to take the win? It's Andrew L. a 979 on 977. Came down to reaction times, a 108 to a 173. Our next pair of racers, both out of Regina. Jake Fiesel's new ride, 87 Camaro, Advanced Electrical Stand Pro Lightning. Lighting, not Lightning. And Electrotech, 1038 dialed in. Mike Kilbride Jr. out of Regina, 1123 dialed in. Oh boy, got about a second difference on these cars. And it's Mike Kilbride with the win, 1129, 1123 dial-in. Jake Fiesel broke out around a 1037 on a 1038. 1/100th of a second too quick. You can't even blink that quick. 1/100th of a second. He ran too quick. All right, some more friends out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Rob Phillips. I love this Pontiac Acadian, 987 dialed in. You'll have to wait as Martin Marchuk out of Regina will get the head start. Martin and Laureen Marchuk, sponsored by ABS Competition, Bennett Auto Repair, 1021 dialed in. So Martin will get the head start. Well, nice spots. Unfortunately, red eye for Martin Marchuk. Let's take a look. Rob Phillips, good reaction time in 022. 987 on the Acadia. I'd say he's got the number 989, 2/100ths of a second difference. Rob Phillips, you're in the next round. All right, our next pair on the starting line out of Outlook, second generation McIntosh Racing, Jared McIntosh. K McIntosh and Sons, RWH, his sponsors, 968. He's going to have a little bit of a wait, not much. Ryan Appleby at 980. So we're talking under 2/10 of a second here, 3/10. Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto, ABS Competition is sponsors. Ryan Appleby out of Regina. And I'll tell you, make sure you're looking on Facebook. Rich Bedford's going to have some beautiful pictures from this weekend. Top band win goes to Ryan Appleby, 982 on a 980. Good for the win. Super Pro, Super Pro. Let's go, Super Pro. And another pair from Southern Saskatchewan out of White City. That's Heather Bennett with the Mustang. That's just outside of Regina. 11:02 dialed in. She'll get the head start. It's a 10:42 for Camden Fiesel. Looking at just about a half a second on that difference. Camden will have to wait. Camden sponsored by Boat Auto and Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. And this one's over at the line. Camden with the red eye. Heather Bennett gets to move to the next round. 11:02 dialed in. Let's take a look. Top end, 11:08. She may want to change the number, but either way, Heather Bennett, you are in the next round of the Queen City Performance Pro Class. And another pair from Southern Saskatchewan, Regina's Dale Weiss with the Olds. He's a true Olds guy with the Olds engine. 10:49, he will get the head start. As Brandon Bennett, that's right. He's just outside with White City, 918 dialed in on the Mustang. So a bit of a head start for Dale Weiss. Super Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go, Super Pro. Find your partner and let's go. Well, top end of the quarter mile. It is a breakout by Dale Weiss. Brandon Bennett runs the number, a 918 with a 4. Came down to reaction times, an 019 to an 028. Good drag race. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park. 71 Duster, 930 dialed in. He's going to wait as the bad influence out of Saskatoon. Ryan Doherty's got a 1010 dialed in. Sponsored by Lindahl Concrete Supply out of Hague. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. Well, double red eyes, Ryan Doherty, you're in the next round, Queen City Performance Pro Class. Well, you see the white mist coming out of the hood. That is Brian Hicks purging the nitrous system. He will get the head start, 11:14 for our friend out of Regina with the Chevelle. Our friend out of Outlook, Johnson Adden, dialed in a 1060 on the Camaro. He will wait. Well, clean start at the line, top of the quarter mile. It is Johnson Atten as Brian Hicks runs a little too slow. Atten, a 1061 on a 1060 dial in. Final call for Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. All right, it is Papa Penner, Harold Penner with the red Fairlane out of Martinsville, KM Auto. Harold Penner Trucking, his sponsors, 1020 to a 10:25. All right, do you want to know what 5/100ths of a second is? Christmas tree is going to show you. It's a 10:25 for our friend out of White City, Perry Futzer with the 64 Belvedere. First call for testers, 1 and 2. First call for testers, 1 and 2. Another clean start at the line, side by side. And this round goes to White City, Perry Fletcher, 10:28 on a 10:25. I believe it came down to reaction times. Yeah, 0.66 to a 1:27. So Mr. Fletcher in the next round. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. And it looks like it'll be a single pass for the Cutlass 442. That's Braden Haru, second generation Haru Racing. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. I'd like to thank his sponsors as well as Scott and Glenn Uremko and, of course, Mom and Dad. Well, Haru's on his game, an 0.40 reaction time through the top end, a 9:43. Oh boy, 9:42 with a 7. 3/1000 of a second too quick. He may want to shave the number. He may save the number. But either way, Braden Haru, you're in the next round. All right, okay, tire. This is the fastest class here at SIR Super Pro. All right, looks like it'll be a single pass for our friends out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Kim and Lorianne Bernard running that beautiful IROC Camaro. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric, a 910. He's going to check to make sure this number will work for next time. That's right, the next round in the OK Tire. And right now, Kim is in 4th spot, tied with a few other racers. Well, Kim's on his game, an 0.26 reaction time. And through the top end. How about that? Right on the number, a 910 with a 4. He dialed in at a 910. Kim Bernard, you are ready for the next round. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Barney's on the lights first. Jason Howell had a perfect light a little bit earlier today. 10:32, he will get the head start, is our friend out of Dundurn, Chris Kergester. Dialed in at 9:57 on that 65 Belvedere. Good reaction times. It's Barney through the top end. 10:36 on a 10:32. 9:62 and a 9:57 came down to reaction times. All right, on the starting line, Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park, 9:32 dialed in. Up against the Dragster, that's right, Richard and Jones Skopic out of Saskatoon, 8:20 dialed in. Richard will have to wait. Skopic sponsored by Provincial Vodka and Sewer Polo Mechanical. Well, Richard Skopic's got some ground to cover. Does he do it? He does not. He breaks out, ran a little too quick. Jack Appleby will take the win. Well, the car's still for sale. 68 Nova, Rick DeGeese out of Saskatoon, $890. We'll have to wait as Ed DeJarle will get the head start at 10:49 on that Malibu out of Pilot Butte. He's sponsored by Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, Metermen, and Pro Reaper Services. Testers 1 and 2. Testers, stage and lanes 1 and 2. Ed DeJarle takes the win at 10:52 and a 10:49 dial-in. He advances to the next round of the OK Tire Super Pro class. Well, the McBain switched cars on me. That's right, missed it by that much. That's right, the same vehicle that Get Smart used to run. Darren McBain running it now. Sponsored by Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, Haga Mechanical. She dialed in at 975. She will get the head start as Mark Dick with the blown 67 Vulcan, $899. And it is Mark Dick with the win. As Taryn McBain ran a little too quick. 973 and a 975 dial in. Mark Dick takes the win. Testers, stage and lane 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. And warming up the tires, Jamie Fiesel out of the burnout box. Pasqua Lake with the 32 Bantam altered. So Jamie Fiesel up with Fred Schwab. Fred Schwab currently in first spot right now in the OK Tires Super Pro class. 1060 for the door slammer. 858 for Jamie Fiesel. Fiesel sponsored by Buyer's Choice Home Inspections and Vote Auto out of Regina. Fred Schwab, RWH Motorsports. So Fred Schwab will get the head start. Sportsman 5 and 6. First call, Sportsman. Well, this is over at the line. It looks like a red eye for Jamie, so Fred Schwab is in first spot still. He broke out, but Fred, you're in the next round. You may want to shape the number. RWH Motorsports Dragster, that is Rich Harder making his way back from the starting line. Amy Schwab, watch him go on the starting line. Also sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction. 772 dialed in. Second call, Sportsman 5 and 6. Second call, Sportsman 5 and 6. Final call for testers. Final call for testers. Well, Richie's on his way. 057 reaction time, 772 the number. Oh boy, 768. Amy, you want to shape that number maybe 4/100ths of a second too quick. And another single pass, so it could be a by run or it could be an opponent broke. Either way, Travis McBain behind the dragster. And Travis McBain dialed in at 781. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical, his sponsors. All right, Travis with the single pass, a 782 on a 781. All right, back on the drag strip, we've got Southern Racers here. Pasqua Lake, Paul Fiesel with the Dragster 887, Echo Electric, and Dance Electrical Agency. His sponsors going up against the BBJ 5-star Camaro, Barry and Barbara Stetner, 968. Stetner will get the head start. Third call for Sportsman 5 and 6. Third call, Sportsman 5 and 6. Wow, really good clean start at the line, top end. It is Barry Stetner, 970 on a 968. Bob Fiesel runs the number in 887. Came down to reaction times. Stetner in 012, 038 for Fiesel. That one was at the Christmas tree, right at the line. All right, just leaving the burnout box right now. It is Mike Armstrong out of Pelly, Saskatchewan, the 1990 Mustang, 875 dialed in. He'll get the head start. I'll tell you, Rick and Cheryl Brown out of Indian Head. Rick's got this Corvette going very straight. Stripe Shop, Agritactics, Agronomy is sponsors. They'd like to thank their granddaughter. That's right, part of the crew this weekend, Sarah, 768. So Rick Brown will have to wait, and it's almost a second difference. Wow, clean start at the line. Rick Brown just ran right by him and took the win. 769 and 768, 005 reaction time. Mike Armstrong, 046 reaction time. How about that? 876 on an 875. Once again, came down to the starting line. Who read the Christmas tree? Took the win on that last run. Junior Street, the 3 and 4 co-pilot class. Junior Street, co-pilot class 3 and 4. Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. And final call for Sportsman. You should be there. Leroy Schmidt. Oh, he's always smiling with that Buick Regal. PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim Racing is sponsors 927. He'll get the head start of Scotty Uremko to Saskatoon. 822 dialed in, about a second difference on these cars. And Scott Sportsman, Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-star, Studio One, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, top end. It's done at the line. It looks like it is a breakout. So it wasn't at the line, it was a breakout at the top end. Scott Uremko, 831 on an 822, takes the win. Well, how's everyone doing at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? You guys doing okay? Jody's looking after you. Yeah, you're going to get busier. We got a few cars already now out of the elimination rounds. So they'll probably be joining you in a little bit. All we do is ask you to be responsible, right? We want you to come back again. All right. Barbara Stetner out of Regina, the 82 Camaro. And she is just learning our sport. She's taking her time. One run at a time, absolutely. Co-pilot class, Junior Street, we need you in 3 and 4. And the Junior Dragsters look like they're just about there. We're still waiting for Victoria. She'll make her way. Well, Barbara Stetner doing a test pass, 129 reaction time through the VP fuel lane. Camaro's through, hey, 1297, 105 miles an hour. Car's going down the track quicker, so she's getting a little bit better, a little bit more experience. Barbara Stetner, keep going, you're doing good. Well, once again, he's fixed up here. Whoever helped him out with the coil, thank you. Kerry Willard, I love watching this 77 Gremlin. And he's dialed in at a 1294. Single pass. Junior Street, I think we're waiting for Sully. All right, Terry Willard through to 1301 on a 1294 dial, and he will be in the next round. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Chris Langdon out of Regina going through the rounds there, 1181 dialed in. Let's see what he does this round. Garrett Gerwing, 1320 out of Saskatoon with the 2010 Charger. And it's a clean start at the line. All right, Garrett at the top end took the win. It's a double breakout. So Garrett Gerwing, you're in the next round. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Santel Henry, OK Tire, Yellow Duster, 1275 dialed in. And it's over. Emmett Weeks, unfortunately, red lit at the starting line. And happy anniversary, guys. Once again, the Armstrongs. Good to see these guys back here at SIR, making the trek from Pelly, Saskatchewan. So Chantel Henry, boy oh boy, runs the number yet at 1275. Very good racer. All right, looks like Evan Stevenson with the single pass here at 1221, so he can stage it and save it. But you know, he heated up those tires. He's going to make sure that 1221 takes him in the next round in Sportsman. Well, the 112 reaction time, 1221. How about a 1222, Don? I'd say Evans on his game on this round. You got her. Our next pair on the line, Jay Steele out of Saskatoon, Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, Outcast Racing, Mr. Transmission, 1388 dialed in. You'll have to wait. We're going to call this a headhunt race. We got about a 4.5 second wait between them. That's right, Matt Henry's going to get the big head start. And that's what happens. Unfortunately, Jay Steele, red lit. Matt Henry, no 7-1 reaction time. Let's take a look. 1825 is the number on the truck. And through the quarter mile, how about 1833 and up to take the win. So Matt Henry through the next round. All right, the Infinity back on the line. Jared Smith out of Saskatoon, 1298 dialed in. A bit of a head start is Darren Shimko at 1238 with the Orange Nova. Reed Automotive is sponsored. I'd like to thank the Boatman's Bullet Mafia. And they are side by side. And you see the brake lights, but it didn't help Jarrett. Ran a little too quick. Darren Shimko takes the win. All right, we're going to switch gears on this Butler and Byers Junior Street Legal. That's right, we call it the Co-Pilot Class. You got to be 13 years and older. You got to have a guardian with the vehicle. And you could have some fun like these kids. Nikita Blanchard in the white Ram truck. 1035 dialed into a 1035. That's Caden Farr. We've got Heads Up Racing. How can you tell the co-pilots are drag racers, right? They're going to do a heads up race. I love it. Linda Savaston and Kurt Jackson, yes, they've raced here for a number of years. Now they're bringing the grandkids out, right? So top of the 8th, it's Caden with the win. But I like it. They both had the same dial-ins. It was a heads-up race. All right, so it looked like Sullivan grew up with a single pass again. We'll either meet Nikita and Caden in elimination rounds. Caden won it, so it should be Caden. Sullivan's dialed in at 940 with the co-pilot. That's right, Megan on board today. First call, second round eliminations. Pro, 3 and 4, 3 and 4. Second round eliminations. Pro, 3 and 4. Sully through the 8th mile, 9:38, 76 miles an hour. 3:25 reaction time. All right, we've got a match of Dragster Flamin getting a run in, 1175 dialed in. Good job, guys. All right, Amanda Dragster Flamin making her way down the quarter mile. 121 reaction time. While she would have broke out 1174 on 1175. So good thing she made the pass. She may want to change the number, adjust it a little bit. Second call pro, 3 and 4. Second call pro, 3 and 4. All right, just got to do some adjustments at the top end. Open up the gate for our junior dragsters. Sully. All right, just waiting for the go-ahead. We'll run our junior dragsters. Well, we're back at it again at the end of the month, July 26th, 27th. That's right, Saturday's going to be a night race again. Make sure you remember that. We're going to start about, I think, 12 o'clock. Gates open at 10. But time trial's about 12 o'clock, so that is going to be points race. Well, we don't know. We lost a few different points races, so we're going to figure it out. But either way, at the end of the month, we're back at racing here at SIR. With Street Legal on Friday. That's right, July 25th. All right, Leia is going to be taking a single pass down the VP fuel lane, down the 8th mile, 1190. She's dialed in. So she is in the next round of eliminations. That comes down to the qualifying rounds, right? When you get the best reaction time, you may get the bye run, you may get lane choice, right? So let's take a look. Leia, 1190 goes through to 1208. Well, she may change the number, maybe not, but she is in the final. So she will either meet her brother Thomas or Victoria Desjardins. And I forgot to mention, Victoria named her dragster Zoe after the movie. Three and 4, third call for pro. Find your partners on. Let's go. 3 and 4, pro. Let's go. 3 and 4, third call. Find your partners on. Let's go. All right, so Leia is going to meet either her brother Thomas or Victoria in the final. Well, it's a clean start at the line, top of the 8th mile. Thomas has got some ground to cover. Will he do it? It is an all-girl final. Victoria Desjardins took the win, a 15:02 on a 14:81 dial-in. So we have an all-lady final in the junior dragster class today. Butler Byers. All right, Pro, let's go. Find your partner, 3 and 4. Let's go, Pro, let's go. All right, so just got to clear up the top end. Junior dragsters, yeah, they got to be back in the pits before we resume more racing. Pro, we're waiting for you. 3 and 4, let's go, Pro. First call for Super Pro 5 and 6, 5 and 6. Super Pro, first call. And final call for Pro, final call for Pro. All right, you guys know what to do. Let's put our hands together. It's going to be an all-lady final in the junior dragster class. That's right, we got Leah versus Victoria. So these are some of our future racers coming down the return road. Put your hands together. Give them a wave. All right, good job, guys. Good job with Zoe, Victoria. Good job. And we're back. Super Pro 5 and 6, Super Pro 5 and 6. Let's go. All right, Minister Alberta, Rob Phillips, Pontiac Acadian. He's been here a long time, right? 980 dialed in. So he will have to wait a bit as Plum Crazy out of Dundurn. Glenn Hendry at 10:52. We'll get a bit of a head start. And clean start at the line. And top end, it is Glenn Hendry with the win, 10:54 to 10:52. Rob Phillips, 999 on a 980. Oh, I like this matchup. Both out of southern Saskatchewan. Perry Fletcher with the white and red. Belvedere, 1028 dialed in. A bit of a head start as Mike Alexander at 1010. 64 Belvedere out of Regina. And Rich Bedford's going to get a beautiful picture. Watch these cars on the starting line. They both like to pull the front wheels. Well, clean start at the line. Mike Alexander pulling away. And top end, it is Alexander through at 1019 on a 1010. Perry Fletcher broke out. No, boy, not by much. So 1027 on a 1028. 1/100th of a second. Super Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go. All right, the Mullet Mafia are back. That's right, Mason Boschman, 982 dialed into the Trans Am. Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, T-Boss Blue. They will have a bit of a head start as Braden Haru, 943. Like to thank Mom and Dad, Scott and Glenn Yaremko, RWH Motorsports, and Laser Auto Body. Well, this is over at the line. It's a double red eye, and the win goes to Mason Boschman. 978, he would have broke out as well. So either way, the Mullet Mafia are in the next round. All right, our next pair, both ladies. Amy Schwab behind the wheel, the S10. That's right, the RWH Motorsports S10. 1030 dialed in. She's going to have to wait. Heather Benner will get the starting line of dance, 1109. She's out of White City running the 92 Mustang. Third call for Super Pro. Third call for Super Pro, 5 and 6. Third call, Super Pro, 5 and 6. Well, clean start at the line, top end. It is Amy Schwab with the win. It's a double breakout. So Amy Schwab broke out the lease, takes the win. Well, Mopar with Mopar, both racers out of southern Saskatchewan. That's Barry Pollard out of Regina approaching the starting line. Down to the 1172, he will get the head start as Andrew L. out of Balgoni runs a 975 on that D100 Dodge truck. Well, this one's at the top end of the quarter mile. The win goes to Andrew Well. Wow, runs the number a 975 with a 9. As Barry Pollard broke out, he ran a little too quick. Super Pro 5 and 6. Find your partner and let's go. Super Pro, let's go. All right, our next pair approaching the starting line. That is Brandon Bennett out of White City with the Mustang 918 dialed in. You'll have to wait as the Bad Influence dialed in at 1010. Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon. We'll get the head start. Lindell Concrete Supply out of Hague, his sponsor. Well, we'll beat Doherty. It's a double red eye. Boy, oh boy, Doherty just missed the perfect light by 0016. And Brandon Bennett 0268 red eye. But it is Doherty in the next round. He would have broke out as well. So he's got a couple decisions to make. Final call for Super Pro. First call for testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro. All right, our next pair of Mopars. It's Ryan Appleby on the line first. Love the stripes he added on the off-season. 68 Charger, we know him. 979, he'll wait. As it's a 1050 dial in for Dwight Grzybowski with the Stolen Dignity Duster. Mopar with Mopar. Ryan sponsored by Precision Machine, BBJ 5-Star, Bennett's Auto, and ABS Competition out of Regina. And what a launch by Appleby. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. And top end, the win goes to Dwight Grzybowski, 1050 on a 1050. As Ryan Appleby, well, he broke out, ran a little too quick. First call for Street Legal 3 and 4. Street Legal 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Well, looks like Johnson Atten will get a free round on this one. A 1059's the number. Let's take a look. Oh boy, 1058 with an 8. Got to slice it a little bit or add to it, but either way, Johnson, you're in the next round. Street Legal 3 and 4. Second call, Street Legal 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Final call, Testers 1 and 2. All right, our next pair, both out of Regina. Mike Kilbride Jr., 1970 Dart, 1127 dialed in. He'll wait as Dave Kerr will get the head start with the 62 Fury at 1230 dialed in. Almost a second difference on these cars. Well, clean start at the line, top of the quarter mile. Looks like Mike Kilbride. Yeah, he did take it. 11:36 and 11:27 dial in. Well, good to see Barney back. That's right, Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster, Alberta, 10:32 dialed in. Street Legal 3 and 4, find your partner. Street Legal 3 and 4, find your partner. Well, it looks like Jason says we're going to save the medal this round. He had two options. He says, you know what, I'm pretty confident in the next round. He's going to save some medals. So he staged it and saved it. All he's got to do is show the car can make the run. Street Legal, find your partner and let's go. 3 and 4. Street Legal 3 and 4. Find your partner and let's go. All right, heating those rear tires. Travis McBain out of Saskatoon with the Dragster. And that is Barry Stedner out of the burnout box to BBJ 5-star Camaro 971 dialed in. He'll get the head start as Travis McBain a 781. Roughly a 2-second difference on the vehicle. Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Street Legal 3 and 4, find your partner and let's go. Street Legal 3 and 4. Wow, Travis McBain must have just blown by him. A 783 and a 781. Barry Stetner's 978 or 971. It is McBain in the next round. And that's Richie Harder warming up the rear tires. And that's Mark Dick warming up the back tires. That's 67 blowing Falcon, 899 dialed in. He will get the head start as Rich Harder, 768. Rich sponsored by Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. Well, it looks like Mark having some problems here. He's pulling off to the side. And Rich Harder backed up on it, 784 and a 768. Street Legal 3 and 4, find your partner and let's go. Street Legal 3 and 4, find your partner and let's go. All right, our start. First generation Appleby racing. Jack Appleby, 934 dialed in. He'll get the head start of Scott Yaremko, 826 on the Pontiac Acadian Canzo. Scott sponsored by Link Rentals, ABS Competition, Studio One, BBJ 5-star, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Well, what's the top end, folks? And Scotty just blew by Jack Appleby. Wow, what a race. 827 on 826. 936 on 934 for Appleby. Came down to reaction times. Appleby in 020. How about Yaremko in 0009? Wow, good job, Scotty. All right, our next pair, Fred Schwab out of Dundurn with the Hornet 1059. RWH Motorsports, his sponsor. That's his daughter Amy going to watch him launch on the starting line. He's up against Kim Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric, 910 dialed in. Kim will have to wait. Fred will get the head start. Well, once again, top end. Is he going to blow by him? No, he does not. Freddie Schwab takes the win. Double breakout. So Fred Schwab advances to the next round. Final call for Street Legal. Final call for Street Legal. All right, Eddie DeJarle on the starting line out of Pilot Butte. Dyna Crane, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, Meter Men, and Pro Reefers is his sponsors. 1099 dialed in. He will get the head start. As our friends out of Indian Head, Rick and Cheryl Brown, 768 on the Corvette. Well, he'll have to wait. Stripe Shop, Agritactics, Agronomy, their sponsors. And they'd like to thank Sarah for her help this weekend, helping out on the crew. Oh, double red eyes, but Rick Brown takes the loss. Eddie DeJarle, 1099, goes through to 1053. Oh boy, you better chop that number in half. All right, testing here. We've got Mr. Tyson Daronowski with the truck with Barbara Stetner. Junior Dragster final to the stage and lanes. Junior Dragster final to the stage and lanes. Well, this test section, Tyson Daronowski got the reaction time at 057. And the truck gets through to 1091. Barbara Stetner gets through to 1375, 98 miles an hour. All right, now to the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. That is Walter Fruit Loop Burnett out of Bigger, Saskatchewan with the Corvette. Single pass for Walter. 1087. Well, Walter, a 110 reaction time. 1087 is the number he wants to see at the top end. Oh boy, 1082. 5/100ths of a second too quick. Walter may want to slice the number, but either way, Walter, you're in the next round, the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. All right, single pass from Matt Henry. So we may have people breaking down some buy runs. Either way, 1833 is the number on the truck. And thank you, Rich Bedford. Make sure you watch Facebook. Rich will be posting some pictures this weekend of drag racing action. And Matt Henry would, he's 1837 on 1833. That'll be a good number. All right, Junior Dragster Finals, stage in lane 1. Junior Dragster Finals, stage in lane 1. Mopar with Mopar once again. Emmett Weeks, 1437 dialed in. We'll get the head start. Evan Stephenson at 1220 with the Mopar with Mopar. Here we go again. Well, this one's over at the line. It is a red eye for Emmett Weeks. Evan Stephenson, 1220. How about a 1222, Don? I think Evan is ready for the next round. Junior Dragster Final, we need you in stage in 1. Junior Dragster Final, stage in lane 1. And Austin Simpson out of Saskatoon with the red eye, but it don't matter. It's a single pass. Can't disqualify yourself. I'm just going to make that 1634, getting into the next round of the Audio Warehouse elimination round. And he breaks out a 1614. Austin, you're going to have to slice the number. And the Mullet Mafia back up. Braden Bentley out of Warman, 1518 with a single pass. So the boys are going to make sure that number gets him in the next round. Yesterday's winner was Braden. Good job there, Braden. Junior Dragster driver over the years, now progressing into this class. Reaction time of 103 as he makes his way down the VP fuel lane. 1518, let's see. 1524, a little bit of a cushion there. Either way, Braden, you're in the next round. All right, make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. He's got ice cream. They've got pizza. They've got gluten-free items on the menu as well. Come and talk to the Ends family. That's right. Providing concession here again at SIR. Grab something to drink, something to eat. Walk around the pits. Talk to the racers. Visit with them, right? Talk to them about their rides. Never a dull moment here at SIR for down between rounds or got a little bit of a lull in action. Get up and walk around. Absolutely. As well, we got Jody working at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Garden. She's looking after our staff there, right? Well, staff, maybe not the staff, our people, right? All we ask is responsible beverages, right? We want to make sure you come back here to SIR. Lots of other families out there. Let's make sure we worry and respect each other. So we do ask to have responsible beverages out there. And it looks like we're ready for the all-girl final. Girl power, right? Well, I'll tell you, over the years, we have a lot more female racers. You didn't see a lot in the early days, but there was a few ladies. But boy, now you got a lot of ladies racing, and they are very good racers. First call for Pro, 3 and 4. Pro, 3 and 4. First call, find your partner and let's go. Pro, 3 and 4. All right, we're just getting prepared here. We got to open up the gate at the top end. These cars running only half mile. And boy, oh boy, we've seen in the past some of our drag racers progress right from the junior dragster class right into Super Pro, the fastest class. And I'll tell you, some of these dragsters, they can get them, these juniors, they can get them fairly quick down the 8th mile. So the racers do have a feel of what racing is, kind of on a smaller scale, right? Half track and stuff, but I'll tell you, yeah, just a couple people that come to mind. Taryn McBain, Kim Brickner, Kim Awesomelack. That's right, Brickner's her married name. But I'll tell you, these couple racers, incredible. As well, other classes. We were talking about Braden Bentley a little bit earlier. That's right, Mason Bochman, a couple other junior dragster racers. They're competing in different classes now, but they definitely know how to drag race. So once again, junior dragsters is our future, one of our futures here. Junior street legal as well. If you need economics, and everybody needs economics, right? If you get to run the family car, that's half the battle. Second call for Pro, 3 and 4. Second call, Pro, find your partner and let's go, 3 and 4. All right, making the final adjustments here before we run our all-girl final here in the Junior Dragsters. Pro, let's go. 3 and 4, find your partner and let's go. Pro, 3 and 4, let's go. Once again, pro, find your partner and let's go. 3 and 4, pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. Well, the battle of young ladies here. Victoria Desjardins, she's driving Zoe. That's what she's named her, Junior Dragster. She is dialed in at a 1481. Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers. Of course, Papa's helping her on the starting line. Link Trailers, he's dialed, like you say, 1481. She will get the head start. Leah Jasic Flamin out of Regina, 1198. We'll have to wait, right? All right, pro, let's go. 3 and 4, find your partner and let's go. All right, both vehicles. The first bulbs are lit. Second stage bulb getting lit. That tells Sherry she's ready to hit that button. We're just waiting for Victoria to just inch up a little bit more. All right, ready, set, let's go. And Victoria Desjardins out the gates, unfortunately a red eye. So today's winner, Leah Jasic, with the win, as it's a red light for Victoria with Zoe. But either way, girls, you guys did a wonderful job here today. Sean's just going to touch up the track here briefly. Once again, pro, you guys should be in 3 and 4. Pro, let's go. 3 and 4. All right, just got to wait for the toll vehicles to go up and pick up the junior dragsters at the top end. That's right, we got to get them back in the pits. Safety number 1 here at SIR. No, we don't leave junior dragsters at the top end. We bring them back, and then we continue racing. All right, congratulations. Today's winner, Leah Jessic Flamin. And runner-up, Victoria Desjardins. You girls did a wonderful job here today. Congratulations, ladies. That's right. You can wave to that crowd. Good job, ladies. Awesome. Good job, Victoria. First call for Super Pro 3 and 4. First call, Super Pro 3 and 4. 3 and 4. Find your partner and go. Super Pro, let's go. All right, the Mullet Mafia is back. Mason Boschman running that Pontiac Trans Am 978 dialed in. Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contractor, T-Bot Blue. And of course, we gotta thank all the mullet heads helping them, right? So Mason's got a free run. He wants to make sure that 978 is going to take him into the next round. Air changes here. The cooler, the quicker you can run. Sometimes it screws everybody up because everyone's got the same air conditions. But the veteran racers know how to read it. Super Pro, Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. All right, Mason Boschman, the number was a 978, 982. I tell you, 4/100ths of a second, I would go with that. Well, Mopar with Mopar, and boy, oh boy, this is going to be a nice start. What's the starting line? Mike Alexander out of Regina, 10:06. 10:49 for Plum Crazy out of Dundurn. Glenn Hendry. Both Mopars love to pull the front wheels. Let's watch the starting line. Well, clean start at the line. And Mopar with Mopar, top man. It's Plum Crazy, 1060 on a 1049. Third call for Super Pro, third call. Third call for Super Pro, third call for Super Pro. Well, truck versus truck this round. Amy Schwab with the S10. RWH Motorsports, 1024 dialed in. Will get the head start as Andrew L, 976. Out of Melgoni, Saskatchewan, 976 to a 1024. What a launch, Andrew L. And side by side, L pulling away. And top end, it is Andrew L with the win. How about a 975 and a 976? That's called a double breakout, Mike. That's right, Amy Schwab ran too quick as well. So Andrew L takes the win. Mopar with Mopar. Mike Kilbride on the line first. The Blue Dart out of Regina, 1129 will get the head start. As the Bad Influence Challenger of Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon, 1008. We'll have to wait. Lindell Concrete Supply is a sponsor out of Hague. Well, clean start at the line. Wow! Ryan Doherty takes the win as Mike Kilbride ran a little too quick. 11:26 on 11:29 dial in. Super Pro, fourth call. We need you in 3 and 4. Super Pro. Johnson out of Outlook with the Camaro 1059. 1050 for Stolen Dignity. Boy, oh boy, pretty well a heads-up race. Side by side. That's Johnson Atten. He must have just whizzed by, ran the number. 1059. Dwight Grzyzbowski a little too quick. 1048 on a 1050. But boy, oh boy, Johnson must have just breezed right by Dwight on that pass. All right, the car numbers are coming down. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. First call protesters 1 and 2. First call protesters 1 and 2. All right, looks like Super Pro all loaded in the staging lanes, ready to go. Anyone making a test pass? Staging lanes 1 and 2. You guys are open 1 and 2 for testing. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. Third call for Testers 1 and 2. Once again, testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testing 1 and 2. And second call for Sportsman 5 and 6. And that's Travis McBain out of the burnout box, warming up those rear tires of that Dragster. 781 is going to be the number on the Dragster. Travis McBain, 781 dialed in. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Metals, and Hagen Mechanical. There we go. He's going to have to wait. A stretch Schwab will get the head start at 10:57 on the RWH Motorsports AMC Hornet. Well, clean start at the line. Top end, it is Fred Schwab with the win. 10:57 on the number. Travis McBain a 784 and a 781. So Freddie Schwab does advance to the next round. Final call for Testers 1 and 2. Final call for Testers 1 and 2. Sportsmen 5 and 6. Well, door slammer with Dragster, Barney, Lloydminster, Alberta. That's Jason Howdle. Like to thank his wife, his kids. He'd like to thank the staff here at SIR and the Lord above. 1032. Jason, you get the head start. Richie Harder, 768 on the RWH Motorsports Dragster. Watch by Northern Blacktop Laser Auto Body Triumph Construction. And this one is over. Wow, Richie Harder, boy, oh boy, missed a perfect light by 1/1000 of a second. Minus 0010. So Jason Howdle, you broke out, but you're in the next round. All right, our next pair of the burnout box. Scott Uremko on the line first with Pontiac Acadian Ganzo, Link Rentals, ABS Competition, Studio One, DBJ 5-Star Laser, Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports. His sponsor's 826. He'll wait, and Desjardins gets the head start. He's out of Pilot Butte, Saskatchewan. 1053, the number. Dyna Crane, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, Meterman, and Pro Reefer Services as sponsors. Well, what's the top end? It is your Remco. Yeah, 826 right on the number with a 5. Ed Desjardins broke up, ran a 10:48 or a 10:53, but I'll tell you, Scotty Yaremko, good reaction times on his number. All right, first call, Junior Street Final, 3 and 4. First call, Junior Street Final. We didn't forget about you. All right, testing here. That is Tyson Daranoski. Getting some passes down. Red eye on this round, but either way, Tyson getting some rounds in here. 1097 for the S10. Well, we got to thank this guy, Terry Willard. I love watching this 77 Gremlin going down the track. He's out of Frobisher, Saskatchewan, out of the Estevan area. I remember this car announcing the Cam Busters race for a number of years out of Yorkton. 1294 dialed in. Terry's going to have to wait. Garrett Gerwing will get the head start of 1320 on the 2010 Charger out of Saskatoon. Well, clean start at the line. This is at the top of the quarter mile. And you see the brake lights on. Garrett Gerwing takes the win. 1322 and a 1320 dial in. Well, the numbers are dwindling. We're getting down to the final counts in some of the classes here, folks. Once again, thank you for your patience. Yeah, we had to work with Mother Nature, but we did get it off, and boy, it sure straightened out, turned into a beautiful day here. Once again, Saskatchewan, wait 5 minutes, right? She's going to change. All right, back on the starting line, Matt Hendry with the truck, 1835 dialed in. We'll get the head start. How about a 12:38 for Darren Shimko with the Orange Nova? We've got a 5-second difference on these vehicles. We call it a headhunt race. Yeah, that's right. Matt Hendry's getting the big head start. And Shimko's got some ground to cover. And Darren Shimko does take it, a 12:40 and a 12:38. 18:39 on an 18:35 for Matt Hendry. All right, into the Performance Plus Sportsman class. It is Evan Stephenson dialed in at a 12:21. He will get the head start. As a matter of Jessic Flyman out of Regina, 11:74 dialed in. So we're looking at about a half a second difference on these cars. And it's a clean start at the line. And it is Evan Stephenson, runs a 12:22 and a 12:21. Boy, oh boy, 1179 and 1174. Evan Stephenson advances to the next round. And OK Tire sponsored 70 Duster. That, of course, is Chantel Henry. We know who she is. 1275 dialed in. Once again, she can stage it and save it, but nah, she's going to run it. And boy, oh boy, she's on her game. An 0027 reaction time. She is one heck of a good racer. Top of the quarter mile. 1273 may want to shape the number, Chantel, but you are in the next round of eliminations. All right, we fixed up a thing here. That's right, it's Kaiden Farr. There we go. Yeah, Kaiden, you got to work on your handwriting. We had Caden earlier, but we're having fun. Cheryl always makes up names for people here just to see if the announcer's paying attention, right? Kaiden Farr, 1035 dialed in. We'll get the head start. Sullivan Groff. That's right out of Undurn. We know this guy. 940 dialed in. Almost a second difference. And these guys side by side down the 8th mile. Today's winner is Sullivan Groff, 959 on a 940 dial-in, 1048 on a 1035. But I tell you, Kaiden, you did a wonderful job. You licensed today. You made a bunch of rounds. You made the final. I hope you had fun. That's the biggest thing about track at the track here at SIR with the kids. We want you guys to have fun, right? No pressure. So today's winner in Junior Street Legal Butler Byers, it is Sullivan Groff with Kaiden Farr running up. Well, the numbers are dwindling. We're getting down. We got to let the cars a little bit of time getting prepped for the next rounds. So once again, everybody racing this weekend, thank you so much for coming out and supporting us. We do wish you safe travels and wish to see you back here at SIR once again at the end of the month. Street Legal on Friday with Point Series on the 26th and 27th, I believe. Better take a look at the calendar. Where is that thing? That's right. It is the 25th and 26th for the points race. And Street Legal is 25th. Points race is 26th, 27th. There we go. But it is at the end of the month. Saturday, Sunday. And tester, staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Congratulations, Sullivan Groff, our winner today in Junior Street Legal. And Kaiden Farr, good job. You did a good job today. You licensed and you made a few rounds. Good job, young man. All right, so testers 1 and 2 are open. Yes, we've got to let some of these racers a little bit of time between the rounds. They got to cool off their cars, do some prep. And we'll get down to the finals here in the next little while. Yes, we're down the numbers. So good time making our way down to Hector's Grub Hub. Grab some ice cream, right? Grab something to eat, something to drink. Take a look around. As well, I see Jody's doing all right. Yes, that Mackenzie Auto Beer Garden's got a little bit fuller, didn't it, as we progressed? All we ask, responsible beverages. We want to see you back here at SIR again and again. So thank you, Jody and Mackenzie Auto and Great West for sponsoring again this year at SIR. Dylan Uremko, we need you to the ladies' washroom. We need a bucket and some rubber gloves. Nice try, Mike, right? So what's happening? You coming out or what's going on? Or don't discuss it. Okay, we won't discuss. Okay, we'll leave it alone. But you know what's going to happen? I'm just going to make you fix toilets around here. So you better get that. Yeah, you better. You good with a plunger? No. Oh, you're going to drag Mom into this? No. He's a pretty big boy. He's not a young man. Like, he's not a boy, right? He should know how to do certain things, right? Give him crap, Mom. Give him crap. See, Dylan, don't screw with the old people. I'll tell you right now. That's right. We're very kind. We're this and that, but don't screw with the old people. I'm a senior citizen, you know. All right, testing lanes still open, 1 and 2. If you'd like to make a pass, testing lanes 1 and 2. All right, Pro, staging lanes are open. Pro, staging lanes to 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. Thanks, Dylan. We had a little bit of fun with you. It's always fun. I know which racers I can have fun with, and then there's a few. You know what? I'm not going to ask them about plunging and toilets and all that fun stuff, right? Second call, Pro to the staging lanes, 5 and 6. Second call, Pro to the staging lanes. Mike Armstrong, could you please come to the tower? Mike Armstrong, we need you to come to the tower, please. Pro to the staging lanes, 5 and 6. Pro to the staging lanes, 5 and 6. Well, we got to thank James Gordon. Yes, we are streaming. So if you're interested, you can't make a race, but you'd like to know what the heck is going on here, you check us out on YouTube. That's right, Sask International Raceway, just Sask, not Saskatchewan. And you can stream us. So thank you, James Gordon. All right, I like this. We got the junior street legal guys coming to do some testing and tuning. Well, no more testing and tuning, right? They're just going to go have some fun. And congratulations. Newly licensed, a couple more people to compete with. Love it. And a couple of old racers back involved again. That's awesome. Good to see you, Kurt. Good to see you, Linda. And Pro 5 and 6. When you're ready, we need you. 5 and 6. Let's go. All right, Kaiden Farr, newly licensed in the Burgundy Dodge Ram, going up against Sullivan Groff. And they're no testing and tuning. These guys are grudge racing. You know it. They're racers. Well, Sullivan read the tree at 2:03, Rack's time at 0:58. And Sully's through to 9:21, 10:60 for Kaiden Farr. All right, some of the cars moving. Pro, we need you in staging. Pro to the stage and lanes. All right, it's Nikita Blanchard with Linda Saskatoon. And Nikita getting her license earlier this year. 1:35 reaction time. There we go. We're reading about reaction times, how to react to the Christmas tree. That is a big Dodge truck through the 8th mile, 12:48, 64 miles per hour. Final call for Pro, final call for Pro, 5 and 6, street legal, 5 and 6, first call. And testing lanes are still open, 1 and 2. If you want to test, staging lanes 1 and 2 for testing are open. Second call, Street Legal 5 and 6. Second call, Pro. You guys should be in staging. And testing lanes 1 and 2 are still open. Testing lanes 1 and 2. All right, gonna run the Pro class first. Let these guys get some time in between rounds. Let them cool up their vehicles. So once again, testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Come on down. 1 and 2 are open for testing. Mike Armstrong, could you please come to the tower? Mike Armstrong, could you please come to the tower? All right, the Queen City Performance Pro class. We've got Mason Boschman out of Martinsville. Like to thank the Mullet Mafia for helping him. Limitless Auto Boutique Martinsville. Collision SCS Contracting Team Boss Blue. 982 dialed in. You'll have to wait. Ryan Doherty with the Bad Influence Challenger gets the head start at 10:10. Sponsored by Lindo Concrete Supply out of Hague. Well, top end of the track, it is Doherty at 10:11 on a 10:10 dial-in. Good for the win. And looks like we're still waiting one more car for Street Legal 5 and 6. All right, Plum Crazy on the line. Glenn Hendry out of Dundurn, 10:52 dialed in. As Johnson Atten putting his car into the starting line. Bumping the lights, Johnson Atten out of Outlook with the Camaro, 10:59. So boy, oh boy, we've got 7/100ths of a second difference. Boy, oh boy, I'm just going to say this is pretty well a heads-up race, folks. And a clean start at the line. And Johnson Atten takes the win. Looks like it's a double breakout. So Johnson Atten takes the win on this round. Andrew L. out of Balgonie, Saskatchewan, D100, 974, has the buy run in there. He's got two options. He can stage it and save it, or he can run it because he's brung it. But he definitely wants to make sure that 974 will take him into the next round. And he's on his game, I'll tell you. 042 reaction time, 974. How about a 979, 5/100ths of a second difference? He can play with that a little bit, but Andrew L., you're in the next round of eliminations. next pair, Austin Stenson. Out of Saskatoon, 2021 Wrangler. 16-18 dialed in, 12-21 for the Super Coupe Aspen for Evan Stephenson. Super Pro, 5 and 6. First call, Super Pro, 5 and 6. Well, clean start at the line, top bend. You can hear Evan backing off. 12-26 and a 12-21. He's in the next round. And Matt Henry on the line, 1839 on the truck, 1081 for Walter Finetz. How about a 7.5 second difference on these vehicles? We're talking about headhunt race, 7-second difference. Well, almost a half-track advantage. Walter's got some real estate to cultivate here. Will Walter buzz right by him? No, he does not. Matt Henry took the win, 841 on an 1839. So that gives some of our racers now a little bit of time in between rounds, cool off. We're going to run our test vehicles. Super Pro, we need you in stage and lane. Super Pro. Oh, I guess we got Braden Bentley yet to run, a 15-18 dialed in. All right, Braden Bentley, 095 reaction time, 15-18. How about a 15-20? Braden, you're ready for the next round. All right, it's Dad's turn to have some fun, right, guys? The Flying Flamin' out of Regina. Yesterday broke a couple of his goals he wanted to achieve. Yes, he reached 200 miles per hour. He broke the 7-second mark. So let's see what he does on this pass here today. And you know he's bound and determined on this one. Wow! Russ Flamin wisely backed off, but boy, oh boy, you can see the tire marks on the starting line here. He had traction, and then when he lost it, he was coming to the center line very quickly. And he says, you know what? Very experienced racer. Next round, we're not going to save this one. He's not going to achieve what he wants to get done. It's a scrap run, no big deal. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Find your partner. Let's go, Super Pro. Tyson Daronowski, got to take another test pass. Well, Kyle Tyson, a 173 reaction time, gets through the quarter mile, runs 1094, 122 miles an hour. And testing lanes 1 and 2 are still open. Any racers want to make a test pass? 1 and 2 are still open. And Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro to staging. All right, we had a rematch there. This round went to the VP fuel lane. 10:38 to 11:30. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro, one more car to go. All right, staging lanes 1 and 2 are still open for testing. Staging lanes 1 and 2 for testing. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. All right, looks like Scotty Uremko's in the final. He'll either meet Fred Schwab out of Dundurn, 1057 dialed in. RWH Motorsports, his sponsor. Or Barney out of Lloydminster, Alberta, Jason Howdle, 1032 dialed in. And it is a clean start at the line. Side by side. It's going to be Barney in the final. Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Runs a 10:35 on a 10:32. So he will meet Scotty Uremko in the final. And Scotty says we're just going to stage it and save it. He's ready for the next round. Well, Fred Schwab went through the rounds here today. Unfortunately, it'll be Jason Howdle and Scott Uremko in the final. And Sportsman, we need you in staging. Sportsman, we need you in staging. Sportsman, we need you to the staging lane. Safe travels, guys. Safe travels. Yeah, a few people packing up once again. Thank you for coming out, supporting us this weekend. Everyone traveling short or far, that's right. Thank you for making the trek here this weekend, SIR. And we do wish everyone safe travels. Once again, we're back together at the end of the month. Testing lanes 1 and 2 still open. Anyone wants to make a pass? Testing lanes 1 and 2. And Sportsman, we need you in staging. There is Miss Hendry in the back. Chantel waiting. I believe there's 2 more cars we're waiting for. All right, Sportsman showing up here. Looks like, a couple Mopars. Once again, racers, testing lanes 1 and 2 are open if you want to make a test pass. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are still open. Street legal and pro to the stage and lanes. Street legal and pro to the stage and lanes. All right, our next pair, Chantal Henry up with Darren Shimko. One of these will be in the final. Chantal Henry, sponsored by OK Tire, 1273 dialed in on the Duster. She will get the head start. Darren Shimko at 1238 on that Orange Nova. And it's a clean start at the line. And it is Darren Shimko, 1238 on a 1238. He ran the number. Chantal Henry broke out, ran a little quicker, 1270 on a 1273. Street legal and pro, we need you in staging lanes. Street legal and pro to the staging lanes. All right, looks like Darren Shimko will either meet Garrett Gerwing in the final or Evan Stephenson. It's Mopar with Mopar, and it's a second difference between these cars. Evan's at a 12:19, 13:19 for our friend Garrett. Both drivers out of Saskatoon. And it is Garrett Gerwing in the final. Double breakout. So Garrett takes the win. And he will meet Darren Shimko in the final. Pro and Street Legal, we need you in staging. Pro and Street Legal, we need you in staging. And testing lanes are still open for a few more minutes, so let's get going, guys. If you want to make one more test pass, testing lanes are still open for now. Good job, Darren. You're in the final. And Garrett, you are in the final as well. Pro and Street Legal, we need you the staging lanes. Pro and Street Legal, the staging lanes. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are still open. But you got to make a move, guys. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are still open. All right, we are down to the nitty-gritty here. After this, I believe it'll be finals. And once again, thank you everyone for your patience. We had a couple of turbulences here today. Few hiccups, but we got through it. Once again, this one's going in the books, and what a beautiful day it turned out to be. All right, I believe Evan Stephenson will either meet Matt Hendry or Braden Bentley. Braden Bentley winning yesterday. Let's see what he does here today. Braden's dialed in at 15-18, 18-40 for Matt Hendry. And it's over at the line. Braden Bentley will be in the final. Congratulations, guys. So Braden Bentley will be up against Evan Stephenson. Evan's got two choices. He can stage it and save it, or he can run it because he brung it. And it looks like Evan's going to stage it, and he's going to save it. All he's got to show is the car could make the run if he chose to. Can't disqualify himself, so he's just got to cross the line, and he is in the final. Saved a few dollars, not running the engine down the quarter mile. Once again, testers 1 and 2, the lanes are still open. You got to get moving there. So, once again, if you want to do any testing, stage lanes 1 and 2 are still open. All right, looks like Johnson Ad's just going to stage it and save it as well. And once again, guys, thank you for not going on the main track, right? So it looks like Johnson Ad will either meet Ryan Doherty or Andrew L. in the final. And it is Mopar with Mopar. Andrew L. on the line first. 975 dialed in. That D100 out of Balgonie, Saskatchewan. So at 975, he'll wait. Doherty with the head start. A 1008 on the Lindell Concrete Supply. Bad Influence Challenger. Well, Doherty's got some ground to cover. Will he do it? He does not. Andrew L. is in the final, a 993. On a 975, both cars slowing down at the end, didn't want to break out. So it is Andrew L. with Jansen Atten for the final. And now we got to allow some cooling time here. Once again, testers 1 and 2 are still open. Only a couple minutes. Once we run the finals, we are done. So once again, if you want to make a test pass, you got to get here quick. 1 and 2 are still open just for a few more minutes. Good job, Andrew. Good job, Ryan. You went through the rounds today. All right. Just allowing the vehicles a little bit of cool-off time in between rounds. Once again, testing lanes 1 and 2 are still open, but you got to make a bid to get there. That's right. Staging lanes for testing 1 and 2 are still open. All right, just going to touch up a track here shortly, and we're going to get ready to run the finals here. So once again, anybody who wants to still make a test pass, 1 and 2 are still open momentarily. And drivers, you guys should be getting ready. We're going to be called to staging to finalize this last race. So, how's everyone at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? You guys doing okay? Raise your arms. Well, maybe don't raise your arms. You're crazy. All right, just make sure we get home safely right. Responsible beverages. We definitely want to see you back here at the end of the month. We're racing again. That's right, the 25th, 26th, and 27th. The 25th is street legal, 26, 27 points races. Super Pro Final to the staging lanes. Super Pro Final to the staging lanes. Good luck to all the racers. And once again, good luck to all the racers. Hey, and safe travels for everyone. We definitely want to see you back here at SIR again. Super Pro Final to the staging lanes. Super Pro Final to the staging lanes. Super Pro finalists to the staging lane. Super Pro finalists to the staging lane. Pro finalists, we need you to the staging lanes. Super Pro finalists to the staging lanes. All right, the Super Pro finals are there. All right, testing lanes 1 and 2 are now closed. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are closed. All finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. And good luck to all our racers. Well, we're almost there. Just the finals to run. We got the Super Pro guys ready, getting suited up, ready to go. All other finalists to the staging lanes. And staging lane 1 and 2 for testing has closed. Once again, all finalists to the staging lanes, all finalists to the staging lanes. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are closed. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are closed. The OK Tire final here today in Super Pro. We got Scott Yaremko out of Saskatoon running the Pontiac Acadian, Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-Star, Studio One, Laser Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports. His sponsors, 826. Scotty's going to have a wait as Barney's going to have the head start. Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster, Alberta, 1029. And today's winner is Scott Yaremko. Boy, oh boy, double breakout. We were just going crazy. Jason Howdle, 0016 reaction time, 023 for Yaremko. Double breakout. So Scott Yaremko takes the win. Congratulations. All finalists to staging lanes. All finalists staging lanes. Staging lanes 1 and 2 are closed for testing. 1 and 2 are closed for testing. All right, out of the burnout box, Evan Stephenson of Saskatoon running that Dodge Super Coupe, 1215 dialed in. He'll wait as our friends Braden Bentley was 1529 dialed in. We'll get the head start, Pontiac Trans Am. And hey, Braden won yesterday, no pressure. Let's see what he does there today. But congratulations, Jason Howdle running up here today in Super Pro. You went through the rounds, Barney. Good job, Jason. No hands up. You did good, man. You made the final. Well, at the top end of the track, the Audio Warehouse Street Legal, it's Evan Stephenson, 1215 on the number, as Braden Bentley, 1532 on a 1529, came down to reaction times. But today's winner in the Audio Warehouse Street Legal, Evan Stephenson, congratulations. And Braden Bentley, I'll tell you what, yesterday's winner, runner-up today, you guys did really good for the Mullet Mafia. Grow your hair, okay? Come on. Jody, what the heck? That's not a mullet. You need to wear a wig. No, let's not go there, right? Congratulations, guys. All right, and we're waiting for one more pro, and I believe that is Jansen Hatton. So a few more finals. Once again, everyone safe travels. Once again, thank you, SIR's truly Saskatchewan International Raceway. We couldn't do it without everyone from Saskatchewan. Well, I like this matchup. This is the Performance Plus Sportsman class. Reed Automotive sponsor, the Orange Nova. That's Darren Shimko. Also like to thank the Moshman's Mullet Mafia. So Darren Shimko dialed in at a 1238. We'll have to wait. Garrett Gerwing, 1316. We'll get the head start. Clean start at the line at the top of the quarter mile. Today's winner in Sportsman, it is, congratulations, Garrett Gerwing, 1316, right on the number. 1240 and a 1238 for Darren Shimko. I'll tell you what, guys, great race. Very tight, but congratulations to Garrett, today's winner. So we got Garrett winning. We got Barney in the back there getting the picture taken. A good win for the Howdle Gerwing family. And we've just got one more left. Good job, Scotty. And remember, winners and runner-ups, get your picture taken at the winner's circle in the back. All right, I think Tyson's going to be taking some pictures for you guys. So we have people at the winner's circle. If we could get, I believe Tyson's going to be taking pictures. Are you doing there, Amanda? All right, the last race of the day, Queen City Performance Pro Class. We've got Andrew L. out of Balgoni with the D100 trucks, 978 dialed in. He will have to wait as Jansen Atten out of Outlook with the Camaro gets the head start at 10:58. So just over a second head start. And it's a clean start at the line. Today's winner of the Queen City Performance Pro Class. Congratulations, Andrew L. with the win, 980 on a 978. Jansen Atten broke out around a 10:57 with a 7 on a 10:58. What a close race. Congratulations to everyone. And once again, thank you, everyone. Safe travels. We will see you at the end of the month.